morning, everyone. I understand that the state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Inquirer, and Legal Intelligence prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. Will the clerk please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that they are present when their names are called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members and members of the state delegation and community that have joined us.
Councilmember Mark Squilla.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, present. Thank you for holding this hearing on a very important matter to all our constituents. Much appreciated.
Councilmember Anthony Phillips. Councilmember, I believe you are muted.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Excited to be here today to address an important issue in our community that we have to come to a solution with. So good to see everyone.
And also in attendance, Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for allowing me to join the Transportation Committee this morning to talk about a very important issue to constituents across the city of Philadelphia. I'm looking forward to this hearing and also thankful for the presence of the chair of our Philadelphia delegation, State Representative Morgan Cephas. Thank you.
Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. This is the public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities regarding bill numbers 220981. Will the clerk please read the title of the bill?
Resolution 220981, we have authorizing the Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities to hold hearings to examine the approach and expected impacts of SEPTA's bus revolution service reconfiguration.
Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. I want to first and foremost thank our chairwoman of the Philadelphia delegation, State Representative Morgan Cephas, and my colleague, Councilman Curtis Jones, who's the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee, for bringing this issue to the forefront of City Council regarding the SEPTA's Bus Revolution Plan. For me, this hearing is about information and making sure members of City Council as well as the wider public have information in the overall plan as it relates to the impact of the SEPTA Revolution Plan. As chairperson of transportation, I've always been an advocate and a supporter of all things SEPTA. I know we have one of the greatest transportation systems here in the country. However, we just want to make sure with this particular plan that, again, the public's issues and concerns as well as members of council issues and concerns are addressed, and we're well informed regarding this particular plan because we recognize that it will have a transformational impact, and that could be in some aspects positive, in some aspect negative on the quality of life of residents here in the city of Philadelphia. So this is not about pro or con SEPTA Bus Revolution Plan, but it's about making sure we are informed and SEPTA is taking in consideration the issues and concerns that residents have here in the city of Philadelphia. In terms of opening statements, I'm going to ask for my colleague, Councilman Curtis Jones, to provide opening statements, and then I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the Philadelphia delegation, State Representative Morgan Cephas, to open up with opening statements.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Leader Cephas, for joining us. SEPTA is a joint city and state regional issue, so thank you for attending. My interest in having this hearing, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, is to make sure we have a phenomenological approach to this process of a revolution by SEPTA. Phenomenological meaning that all stakeholders are heard from, particularly the marginalized groups within our community. Stakeholders such as senior citizens who might be impacted by changes in routes, changes in names of routes, changes in stops that are eliminated, which could cause chaos among that group. To make sure that the voices are heard from students who are relying on SEPTA to get to school every morning. If you live in the hinterlands of my district, you have to get up extra early in order to make it to Roman, to Center City, in order to go to school. A 5 o'clock wake up will now be a 4 o'clock wake up in order to be at school on time based on some of the changes I've heard. It's important that stakeholders such as universities that have student populations that rely on SEPTA to get to class also are talked to and heard from, so that intended and unintended consequences are taken into account. For me, in my district, in the 4th Councilmanic District, I want to know that from Main Street to Market Street, people are talked to. From Andorra to Arch Street, people are heard from. And so that these changes that, whether it's the G bus or 7 or whatever in the city's changes, that people know how to get to and from work, how to get to and from worship, how to get to and from doctor's appointment, classes, and the like. So I think revolution is one word. I think evolution is a better word that might be used to make a quantitative analysis of what should be changed. My other fear, and I'll end on this, is don't put the needs to cut costs because of ridership ahead of public safety to those who ride that system. It is important, if you really want to increase ridership, that we don't so much focus on elimination of routes, but making sure those routes are clean, safe, and operate in a timely fashion. And I think we all can do better at that. SEPTA, city police, and all stakeholders. But finally, I want us to remember that what might be a simple change in a route to us might be catastrophic to a kid that didn't want to go to school in the first place, to a person that might skip a doctor's appointment because it's too complicated to get there, to the person that has the shift change that gets off at 12 midnight that must traverse a public transportation system. So I look forward to the robust discussion. I look forward to SEPTA's comments, and let's listen and make changes based on that listening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jones. State Representative, Chair of the Philadelphia Delegation, Morgan Cephas.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. So first and foremost, I want to thank you, Chairman, for allowing this to be a joint conversation with the Philadelphia delegation. As Chairman Jones stated, this system is funded both locally as well as state. And it's critical that we are having the same conversation and similar conversation because we all represent the same population, the same Philadelphians. Before I give my remarks, I'd like to acknowledge some of my colleagues that have joined the call. We have Chairman Ed Nilsson. We have Representative Joe Hohenstein, who is the Secretary of the Philadelphia delegation. And we have Vice Chair Danilo Burgos, who has also joined us. So again, I also want to thank Chairman Jones, as well as Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, for offering this resolution as a direct result of a community outcry from the Winfield Residents Association. As we all know, SEPTA has been briefing electeds in our chambers, privately behind closed doors. But once they begin having conversations with the community, they then begin to recognize that this needed to be a broader conversation about the impact of the shifts in our transportation system. So first and foremost, I do want to thank SEPTA for just taking the bold step to have a conversation about how our system can better support communities, not just by way of cost cutting, but from an equity and an access standpoint. We all know a quality and an accessible transportation system has the ability to, one, move people out of poverty, two, dictate the economic viability of a city, as well as determining health outcomes, particularly as we come out of COVID. We all know a significant portion of Philadelphians travel throughout the surrounding counties. So we have to, be cognizant and be intentional about what bus stops we are removing, the increase in time it will take to get to and from, and ensure that we're doing it in a public and a transparent way. So again, I want to thank you for having this conversation and thank SEPTA for taking in input, not from a critical perspective, but in a way to be a partner and going out to communities to do walking audits. Again, I go back to the residents of Winfield Residents Association that had the opportunity to take some SEPTA officials out to their neighborhood to, show them exactly what it meant for that senior that's coming from the senior home or trying to travel to the local supermarket, or that student that's trying to get to and from their educational institution, or just, an individual trying to go into Center City to work, live, and play. One of the things that we often saw in my community is that whenever there was a snowstorm, we recognized that buses would not be able to get up the steep hills in the Winfield, Overbrook, Haddington community. And oftentimes that left us without being able to access going into Center City. So that has been a real life situation for many communities across Philadelphia. And this bus revolution, again, really needs to be thought through, needs to be intentional, and needs to, at the very cornerstone of the decisions, be dictated in partnership with the communities that, are throughout Philadelphia, who it's going to have a direct impact on. So again, I thank you, Chairman Johnson, for allowing us to have a collaborative conversation. And I look forward to future conversations around topics that impact all Philadelphians. And last but not least, go Eagles.
I know that's right. Onward to victory. Before we get started, I'm going to ask for Brett Needlecall to, Brett, go ahead and call our first panelist, please.
Absolutely. First panel for Resolution 220981 is Leslie Richards and Dan Nimiroff.
Good morning, Leslie. How are you?
Good morning, Chairman. Well, and just to feed off the last comment, go Eagles, go Birds.
Oh, that's right. City is in a better spirit this week, so yes, absolutely. So as always, good to see you. I know you're always hard working on the ground to transform our transportation system. And, I stand by SEPTA reputation as being one of the better transportation systems in our country. And so thank you for taking time out of your schedule, as well as meeting with, members of council behind the scenes. But obviously, we want to do this in a very transparent and public forum because this is a very big undertaking. And so we thank you and your team for being responsive and being here today. And with that being said, you can just state your name for the record and begin your testimony.
Sure. Leslie Richards, General Manager and CEO of SEPTA. Are we okay to?
Yes,
wonderful.
Okay to get started. Yes.
I do want to start just by thanking everybody, and I'll get to that in a second as well. We really feel that this hearing is with the best of intentions to make our system better, to serve more people, as many people as possible. And so we really appreciate your help with this. So Chairman Johnson, Vice Chairman Squilla, members of the Committee on Transportation and Utilities, and members of City Council, I want to thank you for holding today's hearing. I've prepared some slides to accompany my testimony, and I'm pleased to be joined by Dan Nemiroff, who is sitting to my right, and he's our Bus Revolution Project Manager. I also want to thank the state representatives who are on the phone. I caught some of the names, and I apologize if I missed anyone. Of course, the leader, Cephas, it's wonderful to see Representative Cephas here. Also Representatives Nielsen, Hohenstein, Parker, Borgos, and others that may join. And I'm very glad to have local and state representatives here on this call. I know many members of the council and your staff have met with the Bus Revolution project team, and I appreciate your willingness to get involved and to share information with your constituents. Bus Revolution is a redesign of SEPTA's city and suburban bus network to create service that is more reliable and simpler to understand, with routes that run more frequently throughout the day, evenings, and weekends. Through this effort, we are maintaining the same amount of service SEPTA provides across the city, but adjusting where and when that service runs. And we're doing that according to the feedback that we're hearing. In short, we're developing better route alternatives to take our existing 3.8 million hours of service. That is the number of hours on an annual basis that we provide. And I agree with you that we are one of the best transit agencies in the country because of the volume of service that we provide, as well as other things. And we want to put those hours of service into the best use for all of our riders across our city and across our region. Remarkably, this is the first time SEPTA has performed a comprehensive review of our bus routes since the authority was created in 1964. And I appreciate the opportunity again to have this discussion with you today and to continue the discussion with the public, because this effort is so critical, again, for SEPTA, for the city, and for our region. Bus Revolution reached an important milestone last October with the release of the initial draft network that synthesized SEPTA's goals of service reliability, increased access to opportunity, ease of use, and budget neutrality, with the feedback and priorities we heard from our customers during the early phases of the project. Following a very productive fall outreach campaign during which we hosted dozens of in-person and virtual meetings, we received over 5,000 comments from riders, residents, and stakeholders. The project team is reviewing feedback and working to integrate changes into the further refined draft plan that we will be sharing with the public in March in advance of another round of public meetings this spring. So I want everyone to know that this is a work in progress. We're looking at a draft now. There will be another draft, and then there will be another public hearing. So this is still in process. And I want to emphasize before we go into the slides, which we're about to do, that we are exactly where we want to be right now in this process and public engagement. We are hearing, and we will continue to hear from people, and there'll be more opportunities for that. And this is vital to ensuring that the resulting bus network is more useful to more people. No final decisions have been made about specific routes or the final network. But one thing is certain. The bus network as currently configured is not sustainable. So let's go through a few slides so everyone understands before we get to questions. So this is why this effort is so important to us right now. SEPTA's bus network has remained largely unchanged in the last 60 years. And transportation systems must be dynamic to reflect changing needs and conditions. Our bus network is not responding to current rider needs, and the impacts are evident in underperforming routes and service that does not fulfill our core mission to equitably connect people to opportunity and efficiently link communities. When people lose confidence in their bus service, they go elsewhere. If they have other choices, they take them. But or worse, they don't make trips at all, and this denies people essential mobility. The simple fact is that the current bus network is broken. It is not working well for as many people as we need it to. It was conceived at a different time, and it has not kept pace with the impacts of increased traffic, the changing land use patterns, and the different ways and reasons people travel on SEPTA now. And if we are to continue serving the needs of our customers, particularly those in transit-dependent communities, while rebuilding and growing new ridership, we must be proactive to ensure the region's bus network can support our riders and the communities we serve now and into the future. It's important that everyone understands that even before the pandemic, the current bus network had become increasingly outdated. Here we see between 2013 and 2019, SEPTA bus service became slower and less reliable, while operating costs increased by 10%. In the 7 years prior to the pandemic, SEPTA bus ridership declined more than 13%. And that doesn't even tell the full story. During those years, 75% of bus routes lost at least a quarter of their ridership. It's obvious this was not working well. And additionally, bus on-time performances have suffered from increased congestion, while outdated and often circuitous routes extend passenger trip times. Buses in the city of Philadelphia average only 8 miles an hour. And just so you can compare that, other speeds of similar cities across the country, their bus average speeds are 13 to 14 miles per hour. So we are 40% slower. On our next slide, we can see that it's only gotten worse since the pandemic. It's important to understand that even before the pandemic, things weren't working. And now with the pandemic, it's even more so. While our ridership has returned to about 65% of 2019 levels, ridership recovery has taken on heightened urgency as SEPTA works to maintain service levels and rebuild ridership post-COVID. If we continue with the same system, we will need to cut service as soon as the federal COVID relief funding runs out, and that is in 2025, which is not so far away. What tends to happen when transit agencies cut service is ridership drops, and that reduces revenue. And then we have to cut again, and we get into a very bad cycle. What we want to do is turn this around. By making the system more frequent throughout the day, evening, and weekends, more people can use the service for jobs that happen outside the typical 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. By making straighter routes that are more reliable and easier to use. If we do these things, we know we can increase ridership. The city was built around transit and has grown in the past decade. We know we can bring more people to our system. More ridership leads to better service and improved safety on our system as well. I myself live in the city and I ride the bus. I have waited for delayed buses that have gotten caught in traffic, that have had long circuitous routes. Other times I've missed buses in the evening. And when that happens, I've had to wait 20 to 30 minutes for another bus to come. I understand what others are going through as well. So right now is an unprecedented project for SEPTA, and we are committed to getting it right. We've learned from other agencies that have undergone similar network redesigns, such as Houston, New York City, Newark, and San Francisco. This approach is intended to be thorough, inclusive, incorporate your comments to the best of our ability. And in the fall, we released a draft network, and it was truly a draft based on the feedback that we've heard so far. In March, we intend to release a revised draft of this network that responds to all the comments that we have heard. At this point, I'm about to hand it off to Dan Nemiroff, again, who's our project manager for Bus Revolution and has been a service planner at SEPTA for over 10 years. He's been at most of the public meetings and directly receives feedback and works with our scheduling and service planning team to adjust and respond.
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Councilman Johnson, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to go back a little bit to 2021 when we started this project and talk a little bit about how we sort of came to create this initial draft network. Early on in the process, we conducted a survey, and this was in fall of 2021, and we asked people what they most wanted out of their transit service. And people indicated their priorities were frequency and reliability. They wanted service to be predictable, and they wanted it to come on a regular basis. So many of the changes that we made in this initial draft were really trying to hone in on a frequent network that we could run reliably. There are obviously other things we need to balance in this draft, but frequency and reliability were our guiding stars and what we were really going for with this first draft. We received over 10,000 responses to the survey. It was online. However, we did conduct a phone survey and we did weigh the survey results based on our rider demographics so that we had a better idea of what the sort of most usual SEPTA rider prioritized and really were looking for out of their transit network. Leslie touched on this before, but the initial draft network does have fewer routes overall, but a much higher level of overall frequency. And when we say frequent service, we're talking about a bus that comes every 15 minutes or better, 7 days a week between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. This higher level of frequency does speak to a higher quality of overall network and gives people more predictability and ultimately more reliability. The number of service hours, 3.8 million, is flat. We are not reducing service with this plan. Obviously, we are moving service around. We are taking routes away. So there are, service reductions in that sense. But as a network, this is a budget neutral project, both in terms of cost, but also in terms of service hours. And I also want to note that the number of service hours in each county was kept the same. We are not shifting service hours from the city to the suburbs or vice versa. That was a rule that we established early on in the process and that we are following through on. Getting into some of the benefits of this type of network and what it means when we say increasing access to opportunity, we are really trying to create a network that allows transit to serve as a connector and not a barrier for people. This chart shows the number of people, jobs, low-income residents, and minority residents within access to the frequent network, so within a quarter mile or so. In all instances, the numbers go up. The number of people, the number of jobs, the number of low-income and minority residents all increases. So people have a better chance of being near a frequent network to begin their trip or catch a bus. And this is based on weekdays at noon. Another big goal of our project was to create a 7-day-a-week system, knowing that people don't just use buses for work trips during the week, but for lots of different reasons on the weekends, including work. We really wanted to build a 7-day-a-week service to make it as useful for as many people as possible. And here you can see really huge benefits of this type of network. The number of people that have access to within a quarter mile of frequent transit on Sundays at noon increases by over 300%. The number of jobs accessible via the frequent network increases by over 100%. And the number of low-income residents and minority residents who have access to the frequent network increases significantly as well. We do think frequency is is the way that we can increase ridership, that we can make our system more useful for more people, and it also will help us create a more reliable system that's less impacted by missed trips, detours, and that type of thing. We are also looking at how the draft network affects access to things like hospitals and schools, which are locations that many people have pointed out are key destinations for them. 23%, there was a 23% increase in the number of hospitals accessible via the frequent transit network, and then a 15% increase in the number of schools accessible via the frequent transit network. So again, by providing a higher level of frequent service throughout the system, we increase access to all of these key locations in the city and the region. We've begun to drill down into certain areas to really start measuring the impacts of this draft network versus the existing network. So here we look specifically at West Philadelphia, which we know is a huge area and with lots of different neighborhoods and lots of different areas. But we do want to note that there are some key improvements here based on some of the things that we've heard from folks. 15% more people have access to CHOP within 45 minutes, an 18% increase of low-income city residents. From 52nd and Walnut, a person has access to 6% more jobs within 45 minutes. From 49th and Brown, an individual has access to 30% more grocery stores and pharmacies within 45 minutes. And again, we understand this is a different way of designing a transit network, but ultimately it increases access to opportunities and places where people want to go. And those increases are for current riders and non-riders alike. So everyone benefits from this type of approach. I'm going to pivot now to talk about some of the engagement that we've been busy with over the last few months, knowing full well that, people have, let us know that, they expect us to do more. They expect, different types of meetings with perhaps a different type of format. And we are certainly open to all of those things. I do want to highlight what we have done though. Between October and December, we hosted more than 35 meetings, both virtual and in person. Many weeks we had 3 or 4 different events. We joined more than 65 locally hosted community meetings. So here we didn't host them, but we tried to join in, give a brief presentation, if only to spread awareness about the project. Right now, we've received more than 5,000 comments, and this includes comments received at both in-person and virtual events, as well as those that we've gotten through our project email. We are not closing the comment period. We are still getting comments. I got some this morning. All of these comments get reviewed and will be put with other comments so that we can begin making revisions to the draft network so that we can make it as responsive as we can. We also, prior to launching our engagement phase in October, we did aggressively push the word out about the project because we knew that we didn't have the awareness that we needed to. We placed physical ads on the inside and outside of our buses, about half of them. We also used digital screens on a number of our buses. We handed out more than 10,000 flyers at bus stops, local community events, transportation centers, and that type of thing. We placed posters in stations along the Broad Street and Market Frankfurt lines, digital posters and hard copy. We shared information on bus shelter ads, including digital screens, and we pushed information out through our SEPTA mobile app and third-party app. So we worked really hard to get the word out on the project. And we're looking forward to figuring out new ways to kind of make sure that we get as much feedback as we can.
Okay, thanks so much, Dan. Thanks so much for that summary, that recap. And overall, I want to go over a few things. So under the initial draft network redesign, 99% of people who live within a quarter mile, that's 4 blocks of a route today, would be within the same distance in the proposed network. We know that some of the proposed changes are significant, especially for communities that are accustomed to having specific routes on specific streets. However, these changes will improve the overall efficiency and reliability of our bus service and deliver more and better coverage to communities that have not had access to high-frequency bus service. This initial draft is not final, nor does it achieve every metric and goal we set out for bus revolution. That is why we initiated this unprecedented public engagement and outreach effort. We appreciate your help in it. And through all of this feedback, customers are telling us that they like the increased bus frequency, especially on weekends, and find the straighter, more direct routes simpler and more consistent. They've also shared their concerns about the emphasis on transfers and increased walking distances. So we want our riders and your constituents to know we heard you. We are currently reviewing the comments we have received in order to incorporate as much feedback into the refined draft network that will be released this spring. Our staff is looking at potential route design alternatives and evaluating more direct connections to Center City as well as University City. Additionally, we're also updating our communications plan in advance of the next round of public meetings. We will make materials clearer and easier to understand. School service will be more clearly identified. We'll continue to partner with council members' offices and local trusted community organizations on outreach. And we plan to target additional outreach in communities with low engagement in the fall to ensure that all voices are being heard. We may not be able to make every requested change, but please know that every single comment and request is being evaluated fairly and in relation to Bus Revolution's goals and priorities. I would like to remind the public that Bus Revolution Project Team is holding another virtual transit talk this evening at 6:30 to recap all the public comments we've received and to provide a preview of next steps. A link to register for tonight's session is available on the Bus Revolution website, which is septabusrevolution.com, and I encourage everyone interested in this effort to visit that site and get involved. As you can see, we have a very full calendar this year, beginning with the work we are doing to update the draft network in preparation for more public outreach this spring. And we are working toward public hearings this fall, with the goal of having the new network operational in the fall of 2024, a year and a half from now. SEPTA's bus service is the foundation of our system. Half the trips taken each day on SEPTA are made on our buses. We owe it to ourselves and our riders to make it the best service it can be. As I said earlier, the current bus network is unsustainable. We have one chance right now to reverse course and develop a bus network that works for the most people. Or we can continue along the current course where customers are telling us by how they choose to ride or not ride that the bus network no longer serves their needs. We can make targeted changes together to make bus service more frequent and reliable, to grow ridership, to increase access to opportunity, or we can face the certainty in several years of being forced to make service cuts for financial reasons if bus ridership does not rebound. I hope this council, our customers in the region, will join us in taking the first option. The City of Philadelphia has been a tremendous partner for SEPTA, and we value the opportunity to serve your residents every day. Through collaborative engagement with our customers, your constituents, we can better create a bus network for everyone. We look forward to partnering with you and your offices to drive the next round of public engagement to ensure that every voice is heard. Thanks again for hosting this hearing, and we look forward to answering questions.
Thank you very much. Very informative overview of the proposal. And so now we'll get into some questions from my colleagues who are participating here today. I just had some questions around public engagement. You mentioned that there were more than 35 meetings hosted virtually and in person. So can you give me the exact number of how many were virtual and how many were actually in person? And then part two to that question is, where did the in-person meetings take place?
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I can answer that. So there were 22 in-person open houses held, and there were 13 virtual community conversations held. The open houses were held all over the region. The majority of them were in the city. We can get you a full list of all the locations specifically, but we held them. We held them all over the place. We did typically, when we have meetings, we have them at our headquarters. We knew that wasn't going to work, so we tried to have. We had to try to have them, all over. I know we had a few one or two in your district. I know we had a couple in Councilman Jones's district, and we tried to have at least one in each councilman district. And, we got input on those locations, and we're happy to work with your offices as well as state delegates to identify alternative locations that may generate higher turnout.
Yeah, can you please provide that list? Now, I was preoccupied doing some other things, so I may not have known about the ones that are in my district, but I just want to make sure at least every council member, district council member who are working with at-larges member, at least have that opportunity to work with SEPTA if they choose to regarding whatever, it's a town hall or information session in their own individual districts. If that's something y'all can take in consideration and doing a commitment to for members who are actually interested. Again, this is a big undertaking. I did recognizing the data that it said that these routes have been in place before SEPTA have even taken over. And so obviously if we're going to be making some changes, which are huge, and it seems like overdue, we want to make sure, again, it isn't a shock to the system or the ridership that these changes are actually coming. And so, one, if that information could be provided for me, and then two, that there can be a follow-up commitment and support with other district council members who would like the whole informative session moving forward. Also, the data talked about the drop in ridership, right? Do you have any data that will explain why the ridership has dropped?
Well, in the surveys, we're hearing that the decrease in reliability, right? The timing, with increased congestion happening, in the region. It is also delaying that, as we all know, with the parking issues, with people parking in bus lanes, with deliveries, that also have impact our routes. A lot of the current routes, we describe them as circuitous, but they overlap each other and they go in some repetitive patterns. And so if one gets caught in congestion or gets slowed down for a reason, they all do. I'll let Dan go over some more of the specific data, but that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing while I'm on the bus. And that's what I'm hearing also from our surveys.
Yeah, I think Leslie answered the question well. I think that reliability of service, because we're operating on we have so many routes operating on so many streets, we're very prone to detouring services. And if people's route gets detoured a lot, then they lose faith in that route coming. I think there are also things that we know that we have to work on. So things like communicating detours, routings, things like that. So this project is not happening in a vacuum because not every route is changing. We want to build a system that is more reliable, knowing that we have to still run that system reliably and we have to make improvements to do that. So reliability and frequency are the most often cited in all of our surveys.
Now, in terms of ridership, right? Because there's like this new movement in the city of Philadelphia from a development standpoint, right? That and the justification for a lot of development projects and the lack of them being mandated to provide parking is that more people are walking, more people are biking, right? And people are utilizing Uber. There's like a particular population of individuals in the city of Philadelphia that's actually that advocates for that type of position here in the city of Philadelphia, less utilizing traffic, less utilizing cars and public transportation. Do you think that has had an impact on people not taking SEPTA as they have traditionally have done in the past? And also the exodus of people leaving the city of Philadelphia through gentrification and moving to other parts of like a lot of residents that now live in Delaware County, right? Not in the city anymore. And the new population, some say, bike, that's why we advocate for bike lanes, walking the center city as opposed to catching the bus. Any data around that you think impacted the ridership? Just wanted to know.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of reasons we're seeing reduced ridership, and what I do know is that cities where people want to live, where they're moving to, that are increasing in population, they all cite a reliable transit system. And so I am confident that as we increase our reliability, we'll reduce people turning to Uber. When I said, people make other choices, it's because they think Uber, and in many cases they're right, is faster, or they'll be able to get to where they need to go on a different timetable than what our schedule right now has. For instance, on weekends when we don't run as frequent service, if you need to get somewhere on a Sunday, you may look to Uber if that's something you can afford, and that might be a better option for you. So I know for sure that healthy, robust, livable communities where people want to live and work and attract new talent, they all have reliable transit if they're a metropolitan, urban type of region. And so we know that we want to get there. We can dive into all of the data to make more connections there. Dan, I don't know if you have a more micro look at that.
Yeah, no, it's a question that we've gotten a lot, Councilman, regarding development and how, we have a lot of neighborhoods that are growing and changing, and how are you removing service when the neighborhood's growing? I think, when we started to look at this project in the mid 2010s, the city was growing, and potentially still is, but ridership was dropping, at least on buses. So when we started looking at this, we were already looking at less people find our system less people aren't finding our system as useful as they used to. Let's figure out why. I think that the COVID, the introduction of COVID into the situation added a new layer. Nobody really was working from home 8 years ago. So there's new things, but Leslie brought up weekend ridership, and we think that's something that's really important to note, because we historically have reduced service quite a bit on the weekends. But if you look at the way our ridership has rebounded, ridership on the weekends as well as during off-peak evening hours has held stronger. It's not obviously as high as during weekdays, but we think there's a lot to gain by running a system like this, because the weekends are when people take discretionary trips, which is probably when they're more likely to drive or use another mode. So we will continue to look at this. We will continue to update our data models and keep looking at recent data, get more data on developments coming in, so that we're making the best decisions we can.
Yeah. Okay, also decisions we can make to make our service faster. I cited that we're on average of 8 miles per hour, where other cities are at 13 and 14. That makes a big difference. Mm-hmm. And so what we can do in working together with you and others to increase that speed will help.
Awesome. We talk about frequency, and we also talk about being on time. I know from doing a lot of development projects in my district, and also we're working on slow zones in the city of Philadelphia, where we're eliminate lanes for bike lanes, which is great, right? But also now you don't have 2 lanes of traffic, you have 1 lane of traffic, right? And that's taking in consideration timing, right? To kind of slow things down a little bit, right? How has that impacted the frequency of SEPTA buses, right? And then also, and I think I saw Michael Carroll on here as well, and I think about the Office of Transportation. How is there coordination between streets department, water department, gas, and streets with development projects that are taking place in the city? And because I remember one time it would take me, I live in Point Breeze, and I remember a couple years ago, pre-pandemic, it may take me a half an hour to get to Center City, right? Because every block that I turned down, there was a development taking place, and a truck that's probably illegally blocking off the block, but you can't go that way, right? And so I'm sure that happens to some bus routes as well, when individuals are doing development projects. And so that's a twofold question. One, the coordination with the various agencies that are doing construction related projects in the street. And then also when we're doing slow zones and we're reducing lanes, how would that impact the frequency of SEPTA ridership being on time in detours and so forth?
Yeah, I'll give Mike Carroll a chance to speak since he hasn't yet, and then we can comment after if there's any additional.
Thank you. Yeah, again, I'm Mike Carroll, Deputy Managing Director for Office of Transportation Infrastructure and Sustainability. I'll first apologize that I'm joining from my car, but it's for a good reason. I'm here to celebrate the $78 million federal grant that we were awarded with Senator Casey today. So it's a good thing, and I'm real proud of that. Also proud it's an example of the good coordination that we've had with SEPTA, because folks may recall the direct bus service that we established on Roosevelt Boulevard. And it's a model in many ways for what we're talking about today, involving both the important community engagement, but also making sure we understand each other's needs and we work together. So you mentioned a couple things I'd like to comment on. And, we work very closely with SEPTA's staff, the technical people there, the planners and so forth, before we make changes to our right-of-way. When we do have what we call road right-sizing projects, where we may take a lane away for purposes to increase safety or allow other modes, it will have an effect on the speed of the buses, and we understand that, but we want to make sure we're doing the work with SEPTA that it's not going to be debilitating their service. And so our experience has been reasonably good. I think SEPTA can certainly speak from their perspective on their experience with these corridors, but in general, we do not want to bring the buses to a halt, and we're very careful in the planning we do to make sure that that does not happen. So it's usually lower volume roads where the speeds are really high, higher than they should be, where we're focused. And so we've coordinated with them quite a bit on making sure that we're providing priority lanes where possible. So we put some priority lanes for buses, which we're looking to paint nice and bright red all over Center City to give the buses a little bit of a head start as they're moving through the city. Signal treatments are something we've worked on for several years so the buses can keep the light green when they approach those intersections. And also we're working very heavily to improve the conditions for people who wait for buses with a citywide bus shelter program. So there's a lot of work that goes in to make sure we're covering each other's back. You know, if we have things that come up where that coordination isn't good, we have regular monthly meetings at a staff level with the Transit Improvement Committee, the Transit Operations Committee, where engineers and planners on both sides can work things out, work out the kinks. But that kind of work, kind of keeping the pruning in place, is only helpful if we've done the major planning like we're talking about today, and ensure that people have the best system they can have overall. So we're supporters of the work that SEPTA is doing. We want to make sure that the feedback is there, that they were responsive to the issues that come up with the public. I'll just make one more comment. I might get pulled away soon. You know, public transit is a partnership between the public, and the transit operator. And so it's important for people to understand that the public has a lot of roles here, and it's important to come to meetings, share your voice, but you can also speak with your fare. So people have to use transit, and it's really great. I appreciate the amount of service that's on the streets around my neighborhood, but it really only means anything if I'm on the bus, if I'm on the train. And so I just encourage people to get out there and take part in the public transit experience, and that's how we make sure we have the best system we can have. But I'm happy to answer some more questions with the time that I have.
Thank you, Mike. And Mike, also, I think on Chestnut Street and also JFK Boulevard, there's just a lane dedicated to the bus all the way straight through. So I think that would be an example of that partnership in terms of the city and the SEPTA to make sure that that bus gets wherever it needs to go on time, and as frequent as it's supposed to be. Because I remember seeing that lane, like, well, can I get in that lane to get around? But I want to follow the law, so I don't get in that lane. But, okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mike. That was the question I get some feedback from. Chairwoman Leslie, I'm okay. You don't have to respond unless you deem you need to. But I think Mike pretty much got the bottom of it.
I think Mike answered it very well. I would just add, it had been mentioned before, we never compromise safety. And that is part of this plan as well. And having the straighter bus routes from Chairman Johnson, what you just described, what you experienced in Port Breeze, a lot of that congestion and backup happens when you have to make turns. So we are truly looking at straighter bus corridors to make sure that our frequency and that the speed of our service can increase in a safe manner. But in doing so, we can then direct bus service, say, parallel to where we have those, on a parallel street where we have the bike lanes and more people walking. That also would increase safety.
Okay. And last question before I turn this over to my colleagues. Tell me the economics of this plan. How much does this plan cost, or how much are we saving with this plan? Because I know it's mentioned by a couple of my colleagues early on that we also don't want to do a plan economically on the backs of the community, the ridership. And so give me an idea. I know we're talking about increasing transfers, but overall, what does this plan look like in terms of dollars and cents, in terms of saving or cost?
It's designed as
I did see a number that if we don't change it and we run out of federal money, there's going to be a problem. So I did hear that loud and clear.
Good, because that is really an important message. So it is budget neutral. We talk about it in hours of service. It will be the same. So our personnel costs, our vehicle costs, everything should remain about the same. But it is very clear that if we do not make changes and ridership does not start to increase, we will be cutting service. We will be going into our budgets, and that's a time for a discussion for another hearing. We look forward to that discussion as well. But once the COVID relief money ends, which is just in a couple of years, we are looking at deficits in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And so we need to make decisions. And that's why it is so important right now that we look at our network, make sure it's serving as many people as possible, and we are on a ridership recovery track, increasing the number of riders. Because if that's not happening, then corridors and different routes will need to be eliminated for budget reasons. But that's it's in the future, but it's in the near future.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask for, since she's a guest, as a part of this presentation, I'm going to ask for Chairwoman of the Philadelphia Delegation, Morgan Cephas. I want to acknowledge her for remarks and comments, and then my colleague from South Philadelphia, Councilman Mark Squilla. Thank you, Mark, for your patience.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. And I also want to acknowledge another one of my colleagues that has joined us, Representative Jose Dural. Thank you again, Leslie, for not just this conversation today, but also your ongoing discussion with the Philadelphia delegation. You have kept us in the loop the entire way. And, I appreciate your transparency and your willingness to answer our questions and make adjustments when need be. So I just have two quick questions. One is in reference to a 2019 Pew Charitable Trust study that was conducted that focused on the habits of Philadelphia commuters. At that time, I know 2019 seems light years away, and our world is completely different. We are literally in the Jetsons. We were not there in 2019. But according to that study, 40% of working Philadelphia were reverse commuting, which we know means they travel to the suburbs or beyond for their primary job. Has there been a recent study as it relates to the commuting patterns of Philadelphians coming and going to the surrounding suburbs for either their health care or their employment? We know Philadelphia is a destination city for a lot of people because of our transportation system and the fact that you can get from Montgomery County down to Center City in a matter of 20 minutes on a good day. I used to take the 44 into City Council, coming from West Philadelphia on City Avenue. So I want to get a sense, have you all done an updated study as to how this new revolution will impact those that are reverse commuting?
Yeah, I'll let Dan respond.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. And so we included a lot. Obviously, we have a lot of people that use our bus system to reverse commute. That is sort of our mode of choice for folks that do that. And it's something that we have spent a lot of time looking at. what we have been doing recently, based on a lot of the feedback that we've gotten, is we have been looking pretty closely at some of that origin destination data to identify, those types of specific situations. And I can say, that it's already begun to kind of impact some of the initial draft recommendations we made. So it's definitely a big part of our system. It is difficult because we have so much more service in the city than the suburbs that we really do not want to take hours from the city and put them in the suburbs. That's not an equitable approach to a project like this. But it is something that we are very mindful of, particularly based on a lot of the public feedback that we've gotten. And we have made, SEPTA, we've been using sort of origin destination data the whole time, but we recently acquired better origin destination data and are making sure to update our analysis based on what we're finding there.
Great. Because I know some of the surrounding counties, organizations have been concerned as to, again, how the 44 travels into Montgomery County and how it will impact them. So I think if there's any type of data that you can give prior to you making a decision, that would be helpful. The second question is, can you describe your communication with the large systems that this change will impact? So we talked about the school district. I have a special admit school in the 192nd that takes students all the way from up Roosevelt Boulevard traveling to West Philadelphia. And when I was younger, traveling to Central, it would take literally an hour. I'm catching the bus, the Broad Street line, and then the Market Frankfurt L as well. So a lot of our students are commuting that way. So if you could talk about the systems that you've spoken to, including school districts, universities, as well as hospitals. A lot of the ambulatory services from the West Philadelphia that I represent, that Representative McClinton represents, that Representative Almond Brown represents, a lot of the ambulatory services go out to Lincoln Hospital. And right now you all have 2 buses that travel out there that will be impacted. So how have we had conversations, again, with those large systems throughout Philadelphia? And can you list what those systems are that you've had conversations with?
So I think we'll start.
Yeah, go ahead. And I will say we are open, by the way, if there are communities that have, that need to have one-on-one conversations with us or, need more information, please let us know. But Dan will review what we've done so far.
Right. So thank you. So we do have, because we provide so much school service, we do have staff from our scheduling department that's been in contact with them, but they typically work with individual schools. And I will, own up to this, that in our initial draft, we didn't do a good job of articulating our plans for school service. And I think the response that we got from parents and the like was a reasonable response to that lack of detail on our part. So what we're doing now is we're going, we're trying to make contact. We've had an initial meeting with the school district and their transportation and operations group. We're going to set up regular meetings with them so that they understand what the project is and what we're trying to do. And then going forward, and Leslie hinted at this before, but we are going to make it very clear what the plans are for school service. The plan all along was to make sure that school service was retained in all of its forms, whether that was by the introduction of a new 400 series route or another means. But again, we didn't articulate that very well because we were trying to get the rest of the fixed route system sort of established first. But going forward, we'll be in much closer contact with both the school and administrative as well as sort of individual school level. But our goal is going to be to sort of just put the school, when we launch our next round of engagement, it'll be very clear what the plans are for school service. There'll be a separate way for parents to investigate how the new network could impact, which will still be a draft, would impact their children. So I think that has been a weakness on our part, and as project manager, I understand that. Regarding other institutions like hospitals, we have had sort of a series of sort of conversations or one-off meetings with a number of hospitals in the area. We're always happy to talk more about the project. We've definitely gotten contacted by hospitals that want some clarification or more information. And whenever that happens, we always make sure to schedule a meeting with them so that we can be more explicit in how the new network could impact access to their facilities. So that is how we have been working with them up to this point. But again, we're happy to change approach or sort of do things in a different way if ultimately that's a more productive conversation.
I appreciate that. And it goes back to some of the remarks I made in my opening statements that a transit system has a direct impact on your quality of education, your access to education, access to healthcare, access to, moving out of poverty because of how it connects to your employment. So I just would hope as we do the second iteration, just to your point, we're a little bit more intentional about connecting directly with those networks so they are included in the conversation. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman Mark Squilla.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the great questions. And obviously, anytime you make changes, there's always concerns and challenges. And real quick, I want made me ask the question when we start talking about Center City and the congestion. And I know there's been some talk about enforcement and how we would do that because of obviously the less congestion, people will be able to move freer. It would be able to have our people using transportation to be able to get to their locations and destinations a lot easier. Are we currently partnering with the PPA or working with the PPA or the city Department on Enforcement? And how does that look moving forward to make sure that we're addressing those concerns?
Yeah, we are, but I see Chris is on the line, so I'll let him respond for the city. But yes, we know that we need to improve on enforcement again so that we can increase those speeds and also part of the city's transit plan. But go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, hi, council member. Thank you for the question. Yes, we've had numerous partnerships, enforcement blitzes, partnerships with PPA to try to increase enforcement of some of the illegal activities such as driving or parking in the bus lane or parking in a bus stop, which really prevents people who have limited mobility in a wheelchair from accessing the bus. So there's some ADA concerns in there too, not just service reliability. But yes, we have been partnering. We've got some proposals such as copying the ARLI or the ACE programs and using cameras, camera-aided enforcement, where a camera would take a picture and then a parking enforcement officer could write the ticket, just so we have some more consistent and efficient enforcement. So those are all ideas on the table, and we'd like to keep working at them. And finally, we're working on infrastructure improvements, such as more bus lanes or better signals to make the bus faster and more reliable.
Councilmember Squilla, it's Fran Kelly from SEPTA. We have a meeting with the new executive director in the beginning of February. Mr. Laser reached out, and our COO is we're working on an agenda now especially for the Center City stuff. We're excited about the partnership going forward with the PPA.
That's great to hear. And we've been receiving, and I'm sure and you guys receiving, because I want to thank Wendy for putting up with all our emails and concerns that we drive her crazy with. As our constituents reach out to us, we reach out to her, and she does a great job of responding. And it's not always the answer everybody wants to hear, but I think the most important part is it is an answer, and knowing that SEPTA is still considering these concerns, especially in Center City when there's no way to get around. But those routes are very important to people who don't have cars, and especially our seniors. And without them, it does seem great that you want to streamline things, but the concerns of how we do that, I think we have to understand when you do make those changes, we need to understand the alternative routes and how that works and the timeline on that. And I'm not sure we have all that yet. So I appreciate you still going out, having these meetings. I know a lot of them are virtual, but you're doing some in person now. That's also important. Anytime you make a change like this, it's not easy. So I appreciate that. We'll continue to advocate for our residents for the routes that are going to be altered or changed or discontinued to see how we could work with you to make sure that there is still a path for them to take public transportation. And I mean, that's the goal. The goal is to keep people on public transportation, remove some of the cars from the roadways. And so hopefully we'll get there understanding that ridership is down, and also work with you with your safety and quality of life issues on the system. That is also important to get more people back on the system. To me, the more people to ride it, the safer it's going to be. So it's a twofold process. So thank you for doing this. Again, thanks Wendy for her great job of response to us when we issue those concerns. And thank you for continuing to keep an open mind as this moves forward.
Sure. Vice Chairman Squilla, you brought up a good point. First of all, yes, Wendy, thank you for keeping all the communications open. She does an amazing job. And the one thing you mentioned that I don't know if we've said it already, we mentioned that this comprehensive look at our bus corridors and routes has not been looked at in decades. It's way too long. But the plan going forward, and that's why these changes seem so enormous in front of us. We have never gone through changes like this. But the plan is, and what other cities do, is every 3 to 5 years, you tweak your bus network. And that is the plan going forward. So if we decide to make changes in this bus revolution effort, and then in 3 to 5 years, things change, or things do not proceed in the way that we think they will, then we will tweak it again. It will be smaller changes. It will still be comprehensive changes, but that is what transit networks, bus networks should be doing all along. It just hasn't been the way that we've been able to do things here at SEPTA until now, but just to let people know that it will feel like large changes ahead of us right now, and then we'll have opportunities to continue to the discussion. It's not like the decisions that get made in this effort are final and will never be looked at again. They'll be looked at over the next few years, and we will tweak what is needed.
Thank you. And I know this is a challenge. It's a challenge for us, but as our constituents reach out, it's really important for us to get them answers and to make sure that we're advocating for them. And a lot of these challenges are maybe sometimes there are alternatives that we don't see. And so we need to understand them maybe a little better. And, we'll continue to advocate and continue to have these conversations, knowing that there are a lot of concerns from the residents. So thank you.
Councilman, thank you. Can I just address that really quickly? This is something that we're very cognizant of regarding how we are portraying the materials regarding the sort of presence of alternatives. So as we update the draft, we're also reviewing all of our materials and really kind of putting ourselves to the ringer to make them as clear as possible and making sure people understand, okay, this route that you've been using may be going away, but there's an alternative, and here's the alternative, and this is where it goes, and this is how often it comes. That's a really big priority for us to make sure people understand that we're, maybe it's not what they're used to, maybe it's in a different location, but it's proximate to where they're boarding the bus now, and it's certainly coming more frequently, this is how it gets you into the bus network. So that's a really big priority for us going forward with how we present the materials and information.
I would say, that's great. And anytime you're taking a direct route somewhere and you jump on and jump off, and then maybe sometimes you have to make a transfer, maybe one or two that you didn't have to do before, it just causes concern, right? And there is time associated with that. So, understanding there will be additional routes that you could take to get to the same place, but is it worth it for them to do that, or do they take an Uber, or do they decide to do a different route, which we don't want them to because we want them to take public transportation? So, that's the other thing I think we need to look at. And I think, not knowing what the effects are until obviously they go into place, we would like to try to have those things figured out ahead of time so that we don't keep tweaking, and then the next year you tweak it, and then you add the route back, and so forth and so on. So I know it's a challenge, and I could tell by my constituents and what they're saying when they reach out. A lot of them are very, very upset and concerned. So we just want to make sure we continue this line of communication. So thank you.
Yeah. It's also important to note that the free transfer, which was done for a more equitable access to our system, the design of our network has never been changed to take advantage of that free transfer. So we know that there are faster routes available now that the free transfer is available, but we have never looked at the comprehensive impact of that on the system. And so this is also allowing us to move forward in a more equitable way than we do right now. So that's part of this design as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Squilla. Next up, Councilman Anthony Phillips, the youngest member of City Council.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. Thank you for your leadership on this. It's really important that we have this forum. Ms. Richards, also thank you for the testimony. I'm greatly concerned about the SEPTA bus revolution only because I know that with great change is going to be a lot of our neighbors and residents in Philadelphia are going to have a lot of questions. And most of the questions are going to come towards us and they're going to make demands as well. So for me, I really want us to get this right. And it's essential that, like, I know we're talking about trial and error, but I would like for us to do less error and more. Let's think through this now before anything is rolled out. So one of my first questions that I have, actually 3 questions. Question 1 is, what is the justification for eliminating 26 routes? Is it low revenue? And if it is low revenue, that doesn't seem like a good reason to eliminate an important public service. The second question is, why would SEPTA pick up riders and drop them off at a subway stop or split routes, both of which would require transferring to a different vehicle, oftentimes in the cold and the night? And my third question is, have you been in touch with our commercial quarter executives and business owners? It's really important that there's like a conversation with them around this too, because they're going to be incredibly impacted by this. So all of my questions are geared to the fact that folks in our district, the 9th district, and even those beyond the 9th district are going to have questions about, whether or not City Council did enough to advocate to make sure that they were satisfied with the service happening in the city. So those are my questions now.
Yeah, I'm going to let Dan answer, get into more detail, but I do want to let you know there's a variety of reasons. It's not one reason why, that's the same for all the different routes, but it is low ridership. It's not being used. I mean, people do show us by using our system what's working and what's not working. So we know that many of the routes are not working because nobody is using them at specific times of the day or as often, as they should. I'd also want to let you know that I do speak to the commercial corridors on a variety of topics, but we will make sure that we speak to them specifically on bus revolution and make sure that we continue those conversations. And one example I want to give you, I know you're a new member and welcome, by the way. One of the reasons when we did the free transfer, because I think this really shows. So for instance, those who are riding our bus 23 from Nicetown and they were coming into Center City, their typical ride was, almost an hour coming in. And if they hit traffic, could be even, worse, right? It was 45 minutes to over an hour. When we did the free transfer, they were able to hop on the bus, get to the Market Frankfurt line, take the subway in, and they could save over 20 minutes each day on their daily commute. That's 40 minutes a day that they get back. If we look at five days a week or how many days are coming in, that is really valuable to people. If you can save, imagine in your morning commute, if you could save, over 20 minutes, and that's just one example. So just to let you know why we're looking at these transfers, often when you go to a rail vehicle in our system, whether it's a trolley, whether it's a subway, you speed up service because you don't have the other elements that you have when you're on a bus, such as congestion, such as cars double parked, such as deliveries being made. And so we want to get people to places, right, as quickly and safely as possible. Dan?
Thanks, Leslie, and thanks, Councilman, for the question. So there were a few reasons that we looked at, when a route is just gone or it's taken out, or why there's so many fewer routes. I think the first is that there is quite a bit of sort of route duplication in our system. Routes are running alongside each other. Maybe they're a block apart, maybe they're on top of each other. So that's one reason. So in some situations, we were combining routes to create, one stronger route that has higher levels of frequency, that type of thing. Ridership was often a reason for taking a route off, but we try to maintain service along those streets, or at least proximate to those folks. And just to highlight what was discussed earlier, 99% of the people that currently are within a quarter mile of transit are still within a quarter mile, and then 97% are within an eighth of a mile still. So we're still providing access to the system, just potentially in a different way than people are accustomed to.
Just to put that in perspective as well, an eighth of a mile is usually considered a 2-minute walk, right? A quarter of a mile, maybe let's give it 5 minutes, just to how others walk, just so that people can understand what the distances are that we're talking about.
You also asked a question about transfers, specifically transfers from bus to high speed, or the L or the Broad Street line. So we run a pretty heavy transfer system already. About 40% of all users, all bus customers, transfer in the course of the trip. And the majority of those transfers are to the Broad Street or to the Market Frankfurt line, which is in a sense how some of the system is set up to work. Like you have a lot of crosstown routes that are connecting to the Broad Street line. Those routes don't come into Center City. If people want to come into Center City, they can transfer to the Broad Street line or a bus. We understand that people who are not used to taking the Broad Street line or the Market Frankfurt line are not necessarily comfortable doing so. But we still also have a number of people that already are transferring from bus to bus, switching vehicles. By building sort of that connectivity into the system via transferring, it allows us to provide much higher levels of frequent service throughout the entire system. And that's really the trade-off is maybe you have a direct ride now, but it could be slow, it could be circuitous. If we can switch you to something else, whether it's a bus or whether it's the high speed, we can save you time, but not everyone is so concerned with time, but we can provide much more frequent service overall throughout the system. So that was really the goal of what we were trying to do.
The free transfers, they're only for key card holders, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm not gonna go back, but I am a little concerned about that because if you don't have the key card accessibility, it impacts some people who have to pay more as a result. And so for me, I'm more interested in figuring out how we can make the free transfers not just for key card holders, but just in general. For anyone, if we can get them a ticket or something, as opposed to just why does it only have to be for key card holders?
We're happy to have that conversation, obviously, and we're happy to have it now, but I know we have a lot to talk about, but we're happy to have that. There's a few things that we can work with the city on to take a look at that as well.
And just one more thing, because I think it's a fair point and a good question regarding transferring. Right now, the way the system is set up, it's not set up to facilitate this type of connectivity. We made the transfer free for key card holders, as you pointed out, but we never adjusted the service levels to try to entice people to take the system in a different way. So right now, when someone expresses skepticism about, well, that transfers, why would I do that? It's going to cost time. They may very well be right, but if we're providing much higher levels of frequency throughout, and then continuing to work with our partners at the city on priority and reliability measures, it does give us the opportunity to provide better service using a more interconnected system.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll leave the rest of the questions to my colleagues.
Sure. Thank you very much. Any other colleagues have questions or comments? I have one or two before we go on to the next panel.
Chairman, I do. I kind of
Sure.
noted it, but I don't think I was you might not have seen it.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman.
Oh yeah, no, thank you very much. I think are we still in the morning? Good morning. Yeah, anyway, all right. Thank you very much. So I'll throw out just kind of my perspectives on this and some questions. And some of it you may not be able to answer. I understand it, but if you could take it into a thought process and let me know. So I am concerned. It's good news that you're looking at the routes and trying to improve the system, and I'm all for that. I have in the past years thought that was very important. I'm just concerned about the timing because this comes at a bad time where people are very suspicious about government and SEPTA as well. There is a news about spending money outside of Philadelphia and a lot of money to get from Philadelphia to King of Prussia and places like that. But in Philadelphia, we don't see money spent to improve the system. And I believe 70% of the riders are here in Philadelphia. You could correct me if that's wrong. That actually might be old numbers, as you said, because of the pandemic, but I think because of crime. People are very unhappy with public transportation, primarily because it's dirty, it's unsafe, it's inconvenient, and altogether, people don't want to ride it. I do periodically ride public transportation. I ride from 58th and Thomas Avenue, taking the G bus to 56 and Market. From 56 and Market, I'll get to Center City and hop on a northbound train, for example. I'm only saying that because when people say they ride public transportation, that's a very different conversation. If you're riding from University City to Center City, that's one experience. If you're riding from Southwest Philly to North Philly, completely different experience. If you're getting off at the Olney bus terminal or going over to, a train hub, Fern Rock Station, completely different experience. And I like to point that out because I think it's very unfair when I hear citizens, and not talking to anybody here, tell me that my concerns that I express are not accurate because they don't experience it. Well, yes, you don't experience it because of where you ride. So for some people, SEPTA is extremely dangerous and they don't ride SEPTA. But it's not true for everyone in the city. There are plenty of people who ride public transportation and they feel safe. But that's not my concern. And it also depends on who you're talking to, because I'm always surprised when people tell me that they won't ride public transportation to get to suburban station. And I say, wow, I thought the regional rail was very safe. And they say, yeah, until you get to Philadelphia. And now it's a problem. And I bring it up because it is well publicized that it was the policy of SEPTA to reduce its police, to reduce its law enforcement, to bring in basically, I think you can't call them security. I think they were called like safety guides or something like that, who had no arrest powers, who would get on the radio while violence was happening. The only thing they could do was call the police, and there weren't police. With that policy and the policy of that SEPTA should be used for housing drug addicted people and homeless people and all that we could say is a policy question we could have, whether the subway system is the place to house people or not. This plan coming at this time, I think, is at least raising a lot of skepticism on a lot of people's part, myself included. There are 15 members of SEPTA board, as far as I know, and 4 from Philadelphia, so 11 from the surrounding areas. You're saying that the change is budget neutral. It's definitely not a increased budget for Philadelphia to improve the systems, to improve the facilities, to improve anything. Yet, I would compare that to how much money SEPTA is spending outside of Philadelphia. It's a huge expenditure as far as I can see, with more on the way. The ridership in our city consists of a lot of people who are poor and they need the public transportation system, but the entire region depends on Philadelphia. If Philadelphia does not come back out of this predicament, no matter how much money people put into the surrounding areas, it will overall be a failure. So my concern is that in the past, when there was time and money to improve Philadelphia, that was not done. I give an example. Years ago, I brought a company to SEPTA. That company had installed sliding screen doors in Tokyo Subway and Seoul Subway, and they would do it in Philadelphia for free. They made their money on an ESCO, which is the cost savings, energy cost savings, and on digital advertising. So what they would do in every platform in the Market Frankfurt line, they would put a barrier so people would not fall off the subway platform. There would be Wi-Fi. There, you could watch the trains coming. You could watch advertising. You could use a smartphone to buy your ticket to the movie that you're watching the trailer on. They have a requirement for how much open space is there, but the digital advertising is much more lucrative. The cameras for security, it's cleaner, better air quality, everything, and SEPTA said no. You weren't there at the time. I'm just giving you some history. So in light of the fact that when we can improve SEPTA in the city, we don't, and now during the fact that people are not riding the subway primarily, or SEPTA, or the bus, because they're reading about people getting shot, waiting for the bus, people getting shot and stabbed on the train, on the bus, waiting, just horrendous news about SEPTA. It's certainly suspect that cuts in service are coming. However, it's being relayed to us. Spending increases for better service would certainly, kind of alleviate that suspicion. And if you can, answer that, maybe it's too much to answer right now, but I'm just letting you know what I hear from my constituents and what I think myself, given the circumstances. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to make a few comments. First of all, I just have to say a lot of the facts you just presented, I would like the opportunity to correct for accuracy. First of all, SEPTA is not decreasing our law enforcement in any way, shape, or form. In fact, we have increased by a cost of $53 million for safety and security. We just welcomed one of our largest classes of new police recruits. We have 22 that will be going through the academy. We're looking to do another class. Our SEPTA police are working very hard, and we are filling vacancies as quickly as we can. And so I'm not quite sure where you got that information.
I'm going to let you know, since you brought it up. I actually did a resolution, and I introduced to introduce an amendment to withhold $10 million from SEPTA, from the money we give SEPTA that is then leveraged to get the other money, because of complaints from the transit union about the fact that the pay was the lowest in the region, the fact that the transit police were so few in number, that 50 spots were not filled, that people were leaving, they could not recruit with the low salaries. And because SEPTA had hired at the expense of, the number I got was 8 million for public safety officers with no ability to arrest or stop violence. They would call a SEPTA officer that was stationary not even patrolling. And so, yeah, I do work with the transit union that had these complaints. And fortunately and thankfully, and I thank you on behalf of all the riders for actually increasing the salaries, retaining police, recruiting new police, and hopefully making SEPTA a much more safe place because of the presence of police officers that can intervene directly in any type of violent situation.
Well, we're definitely working together on that. So yes,
thank
we
you.
were very happy to be able to do that. And look, we are very concerned. We're concerned about what's happening in our neighborhoods, and we appreciate working with council on that. I'll just comment on two quick things. I know there's a lot of questions here. Happy to follow up. The sliding door example that you gave, I was not here. You did mention
Yes,
that. You want to bring that back to our attention? We will take a look and can take a look at that. But we are looking, always at ideas. Please bring them forward. It doesn't help any of us to have unproductive conversations with general, comments that don't get us to a better solution. And the last thing I just want to comment on is when you say, why this time? Frankly, I wish we had done this decades ago, right? There's always that saying, when's the best time to plant a tree? It's 20 years ago. I wish we had done this 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And we cannot waste any time. The COVID relief, the federal relief is running out. Every day we are losing money. And so we cannot wait any longer. And we are here to have, again, a productive conversation with the public to see how we can provide the best system for as many people as possible. So we appreciate your help in helping us do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilman O. Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to you and to Councilmember Jones and all the members of the Transportation Committee for this hearing. Again, to our Philadelphia Delegation Chair, Representative Cephas, and all the state representatives represented on this call. I wanted to really talk about, and Leslie Richards, thank you to SEPTA and to your team. I also want to thank Wendy because she has just been phenomenal. When I first started to hear about this process from our neighbors in Winfield and in Overbrook in Councilmember Jones's district where I reside, it was Wendy who I first reached out to, who was able to get me in contact with all of you at SEPTA. So thank you very, very much, Wendy, for all of your hard work. So I wanted to focus on the process for my questions for this hearing today. And I've been listening to all of the questions that have been posed, and I want to thank my colleagues for them. But I want to go back to the question that Chairman Johnson asked regarding providing a list of all of the hearings and meetings that have taken place. I would like to add an addendum to that question. If you could map out that information as well. I think that'll be important for our GIS professionals internally in council for us to better understand the engagement that has taken place in this process. Because again, today I'm going to focus on process because the process will dictate the outcome of this bus revolution plan. So I attended a meeting in the Winfield Overbrook community at St. Thomas, and I will be very honest with you. When I walked into the meeting, I was not very happy at all. I really understand that when you talk about cultural competency and having institutional knowledge regarding not only SEPTA, but of this city, I was very disheartened to find not a lot of diversity in the consultants that are representing SEPTA that were in attendance at that meeting and all of the staffers that were there from SEPTA at that meeting. There was not a lot of diversity and thus not a lot of diversity of thought. and not a lot of diversity and understanding ridership in those areas. And so when we walked into the meeting, and we knew this would be the case, and it is the case with so many of our residents who ride SEPTA from this area, we had a lot of elderly people, a ton of elderly people. And the meeting was set up with a bunch of posters all around the room on easels, and you could walk from poster to poster and look at the proposed changes on the posters. Yet, we had a ton of elderly residents who were there with nowhere to sit. And so I did ask for the chairs to be put out, and we helped put the chairs out so that our residents could have somewhere to sit. So when we talk about process and being culturally competent and aware of the needs of communities so that they can give appropriate feedback, let's start there. Let's be cognizant of the communities that we go into and the people that we're serving. Provide seats for the seniors and for our elderly members of our community so that they can rest and have an opportunity to fully give and provide feedback on the comment cards that were provided, because I guess they were supposed to fill them out standing up because there were no tables and there were no chairs. And this was not the fault of the location where we were. This is how the SEPTA officials and the consultants who are working with you all told them to set up the room. So because they had the materials, they had the tables, they had the chairs, and we did put them out, and we did wind up having a robust conversation. But that was after the consternation that I felt, and Councilmember Jones and Representative Ronnie Green, who was there. That was after we all sort of spoke out with the neighbors of the community to say, please put the chairs out. Let's have a conversation. So I want to start there. Depending on the community and the area that you go to, please be cognizant of that area and the needs of that area so that they can fully participate in this process, okay? The next thing I want to talk about, in that particular meeting, the residents identified on those maps a ton of areas in that community, and I've heard this has happened in other communities as well, where the proposed bus changes create islands, where certain parts of neighborhoods and or communities will not have enough bus service or adequate bus service to get to different points of interest. And you talked about schools and about healthcare institutions and other industries that our constituents most frequently interact with, supermarkets, etc. So there were a number of islands identified. And so what I will ask is, for all the meetings that you all held, can you provide us with a list of islands that have been identified based on the current proposed map for bus revolution so that we can understand where the gaps exist in this current process so that it'll be easier for the district council members to map out some of the areas of concern and or interest as they look at the second iteration of what the draft proposal will be. And thirdly, I wanted to mention one group that I didn't hear much about. I think it is important for us to bring them in because they will be operating the routes on the buses just to ensure that you all are interfacing with the members of TWU and getting feedback from the bus operators as well, the folks who are operating these systems day in and day out, and have a more intimate touch point with the constituents and all those who are riding the bus, including me, including my children. You know, my children go to public school, not in our community. So my daughter has to take 3 different buses just to get home. I still take the bus. I actually took the bus downtown, going from one spot to the next because of congestion. I wanted to take the bus instead of getting into a ride share. So we really want to understand if you all are interfacing with the bus operators as well. And finally, I want to say that I understand that there has not been change in the system since the 60s, and that we do need to make change. But we really need to include the community in a real way, not just to come here to say, We've spoken with the community, we've had meetings, we've attended those meetings. You have to be culturally competent in this process and as a part of those meetings as well. And I wanted to get that on the record because I was very taken aback. I was not very happy at that meeting because of the way the community was treated. And it was not intentional. And I know that it was not intentional, but it's because there are people on the team and or on the consultant team that don't understand all the diversity of cultures represented in this city. And when you don't have diversity at a table, you lack diversity in thought and in outcome. So I just wanted to put that on the record today. And I will continue to be a part of this process and just get your feedback on those 3 specific issues that I have raised and asked about as a lifelong Philadelphian, as someone who has caught SEPTA to and from all my life. The 52 bus looped right outside my house off of City Avenue. That's where they turned around, was right outside our door. The 44 that takes us down to City Hall from right outside my door. So we really need to get feedback on those 3 specific issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to also acknowledge the presence of State Representative Darisha Parker. Any response, Chairwoman Leslie?
First of all,
Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Yeah. I want to thank you. That is very good, constructive feedback and constructive criticism. And we could use your help in making sure we don't make those same mistakes again, right? There's lessons learned. And I found value in every single comment that you made. So we will continue to work on all of those issues. I'm going to let Dan go over just very quickly, but we will work with you so that we don't want anyone feeling like you did in those meetings, and we want to make sure that all of those perspectives are part of our process. And please understand, we want to serve as many people as possible. We want to provide the best service available, which I know is what we all want. And so these comments are really, really helpful. So I thank you for them. They're very thoughtful and really productive for this conversation. But go ahead, Dan, if you want to briefly address those 3.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. You and I spoke a little bit about it at the event itself, and I really appreciated your feedback then, as I do now. We did adopt sort of for lack of a better term, a one-size-fits-all approach to the meetings. The meeting in Overbrook Winfield took on a different flavor, but it was a good meeting. I think it taught us that we need to be a little more flexible in our approach. That flexibility is going to be a key component of the next round of engagement. And as Leslie said, we aren't going to plan these in a vacuum. I do think that there is time for us to sit down with your offices to kind of talk about what actually makes the most sense and not be not come off as so prescriptive or cold or harsh, or make sure that seating is provided, make sure it's a warmer environment, make sure we're getting people the information they need. But I learned a lot that night, and I know that we've impressed it upon the consultant team and the other staff. And we're going to work on those things going forward. You asked 2 questions specifically that I can address. Regarding your request that we provide mapped information about islands or gaps, that's easy. We're happy to do that. We'll make sure that those are provided. When we start talking to you all again in advance of the next round of engagement, we'll have that information for you. And then regarding the involvement of our operators, we have had, I would say, we've had 3 rounds of operator engagement that go in tandem with the public outreach. Again, not to say we talk to all of our operators, but it's a priority for us. Like they said in the introduction, I've been at SEPTA for 10 years. We always try to communicate changes with our districts before they go out publicly. But that's something that we're always going to be doing, and making sure that there's a give and take with both our TWU and smart unions, and that we keep them involved in the process.
Okay, that'll be great. Well, I thank you for the responses, and I thank you too for the modification at the meeting. and for listening to our feedback on site. And I look forward to how that flexibility will play out in the next part of the process. Lastly, I just wanted to put this on the record because I was thinking about this relative to you all having a consultant team. If you could provide us with a list of all of the outside vendors that SEPTA has contracted with to work on this process, and if you could give us a breakdown of MWDBE participation as a part of that process, that'll be helpful as well. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
One moment, Mr. Chairman. May I ask all individuals who are scheduled to speak today that are not elected officials to mute your mics and cameras until your name is called? Thank you.
Is there a response, or are you going to get her that data regarding MBE and vendors and so forth that were utilized? I didn't.
Yeah, we'll provide it.
Oh, you will provide it. Okay. All right. Thank you very
Sorry
much.
about that. Yeah, we apologize.
That's okay. Next individual I would like to call up is my former colleague, and it's good to have him on this call today, State Representative Ed Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for getting us all together. This is quite helpful. Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chairwoman, for coming. We worked a lot in Harrisburg when you were Secretary of Transportation, so I look forward to this. This is a great conversation. I want to bounce it back a little bit to the 26 routes that are being eliminated. I think pretty much your plans are kind of almost concrete a little bit here. So I would ask that you supply the chairman, both Chairman Johnson and Chairwoman Morgan Cephas, with those plans so we can actually look at them, because they're going to impact us directly. And as we know, all of us know that that's a flowing it's still flowing. Some of that stuff might change. But if you can supply us with that, that'd be great. And then I have one question about notification of the community. Living on a street that at one time was a route for SEPTA buses to run up and down my street to get to different schools and stuff like that. And we worked with SEPTA and they were glad to change it. It's more getting the community involved. Of these new plans, I'm certain that there's going to be new streets that are going to be utilized to run some of your routes. And I was wondering if you are meeting with these people, rather than them being surprised and one day a SEPTA bus come down. They don't use SEPTA, but next thing you know, they have buses coming up and down their street. And I would ask what kind of engagement you have with those new routes, new buses that are going down new streets. Because I would almost think they would need an individual meeting so they can engage, so they can have a little heads up, hey, this is coming. And I don't want to speak, for any of the district council people, but I know that's going to be on a hit list, because having sat in council before, it's concerning. Even if it's just that one street or a couple blocks of changing that route, those homeowners need to be notified. And I'm wondering what kind of engagement of those homeowners directly, not indirectly having community meetings, because that to me, that's a little off. We need to communicate this stuff directly with them so they actually know ahead of time, because that first day that bus is going to run is going to trigger thousands and thousands of calls to every district councilman, every state rep, every state senator, all across the board. So I would ask that you let us know, Dan, how that engagement's going and what process you have in place to take care of them. And I thank you for the time, Councilman, and I'll take it offline.
Yeah, no, we want to reach out to as many people as possible. We'll be looking for council members and state reps to help us with this. How you communicate with your own constituents will be really helpful for us. Just today, just to give everybody a feel, we have 1,200 SEPTA buses out. They're making 13,000 trips. More than 300,000 passengers are using our system safely today to get to where they need to be. So these are very large volumes of people to reach out to, and we could use everyone's help in making sure that we can have these conversations. We agree. I have heard people discuss what it's like to have SEPTA buses, in front of their house. Some love it, some hate it. And so we want to make sure that everybody is aware. Again, people will be seeing these changes in fall of 2024. That gives us time to reach out to as many people as possible. We want to do it in venues that are already happening, piggybacking on community meetings that are already occurring, but also looking for new ways. So we will be looking to work with your district offices. We will be looking to work with your government relations staff to figure out the best ways to do that. I don't know, Dan, if you have anything else.
So then maybe, Madam Chair, if I can, Dan, before you get in there, is maybe with that list of bus routes changing, maybe you can give us a list, Dan, with all your demographics and everything you already have at your fingertips. Some of these new streets with the 100 blocks that these buses may be running down that aren't there now. This way we can figure out and help you figure out how to best engage with them, because we are connected to community, Madam Chair, as you said. That would be helpful for all of us to have a preliminary. And if it, like you said, it's only preliminary, we're going to go for this change. And as we heard today, many of us are trying to support you all the way through this. There's not one person on here that says change isn't needed, but we're going to try and support you. But this will help us support that and our communities at the same time. So, Dan, if you can supply the persons, I say persons because we have Morgan and Kenyatta, with that list of blocks. This way we can sort it out and figure out how to best go about it. Thank you.
We will. And it's helpful in what you've mentioned and others have as well. Let us know what information is most useful to you. We have a lot of information and we want to give it to you in ways that is helpful to explain to your constituents, to our riders, to our community members. And so thank you for that.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to ask for State Representative Darisha Parker to come on up.
Good morning. I'm trying not to scare you. It's a crazy rainy day. Thank you to Chairwoman Cephas and Chairman Johnson for convening this, along with, hey, Leslie and your staff. Thank you, everybody, for being here. One of the things that's always near and dear to me that keeps myself and all of my colleagues on here is our older and aging adults. We have received various emails, various phone calls, and I just need to make sure in this conversation, and I don't want to be redundant if it's been talked about, what is the real partnership to make sure that they're included in this? One of the hesitations that the older adults have been expressing is the fact they're not included in these conversations, and change may help and change may be okay for individuals who are under 55. But when you're over 55, a change is very drastic to them in certain situations that maybe before, as you talk to Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, it's in front of her house. For some of these situations, it's going to be not just one block, it's going to be 3 to 4 blocks away. So has there been an extended partnership between the Philadelphia Corporation of the Aging, the Department of Aging, AARP, for those type of individuals who have the skill set or have the outreach to connect with individuals from that community to make sure that they're a part of these conversations? Because as the more and more we're talking about it, and I've shared it from when we talked about today, they said they were never notified and that they're not a part of this discussion, and they're very frustrated and angry.
I can speak to that. So we have we've had several focus group meetings with the AARP specifically. They're part of our project advisory committee. That being said, I mean, I don't think it's on them to try to reach out to all of these different groups. That we need to do more of that. But we are happy to kind of set up, in-person meetings at senior centers or wherever we need to go to kind of talk about the project forward. But we have had several focus groups with AARP and older adults, and we'll continue those conversations going throughout the process. But it's something we'll plan on doing more of, certainly as part of the next round of public engagement.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure, as you stated, that the elected official stakeholder that's on here, I did see my counterpart, Councilmember Phillips, who he represents parts of the older adults that are in my district. And I know I could partner with him along with Councilmember Bass. So you will have relationship between your city and your state stakeholders, and where we can have these meetings in various locations. Some of them are senior homes, so that you can hear straight from them for their concerns and their angst. So I'm looking forward to hearing about what actually we're going to do. And I'm going to put another plug. Councilman Johnson, I'll be quiet. If there's any information that is going to be circulated that is written, the point that is 10 point is too small for our seniors. So if you're circulating information that you want them to post, i.e. on their refrigerator, i.e. beside their pillbox, the font needs to be bigger. That's another thing that they have been sharing, that some of the information that you're sharing, i.e. print material, even if it's electronic or i.e. social media or whatever, that the font is not big enough, or even they can't read it. They can't make out what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are well aware how seniors rely on us, right? Mobility is very important, especially as people age. And we know that we provide a very vital service to our seniors in this region. So we want to make sure that we reach out to them and hear from them. So we will continue to do that, and we appreciate your help in letting us do that. I would also just say, we also know how vital we are to those with mobility challenges who are unable to drive because they physically may not be able to drive or have other visual or hearing challenges. And so we are very cognizant of that, and any recommendations on how we can reach out to more members of our senior and disability community, we are open to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council committee as well as the Philadelphia delegation before I bring up the next panel? I have one question. You mentioned earlier that you said the new plan will provide services to communities that don't have it. So I want to get an idea, what communities are they, and as well as what assessment was done to determine that there was a need? That was part of your presentation earlier when we first got started.
Yeah, I think it's really about creating new connections, Councilman. It's about the city of Philadelphia currently is extremely well served by transit. It would be really hard to serve a new part of the city because it's well served, and obviously it's an older city. But it's really about creating new connections for people. It's about people being able to get further faster using the system. And frequency, that's really what we're going for in terms of establishing like a specific need or sort of where that range of mobility is accessed. Like we're working on a lot of that stuff now, but really, we're looking more at sort of how far people can get using the transit system, using that frequency and better connectivity. So if I misspoke earlier, I apologize, but it's really about it's about removing barriers and creating connectivity.
Okay. Yep. At this time, we're going to call up our next. Stick around, but we're going to call up our next panelist, which is headed up by also a member of the Philadelphia delegation, State Representative Khan. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
Starting off the panel, we have Representative Khan, and then followed by, in this order, Sam Howell, Suzanne Hagner, Rebecca Poyeru, and Charles Roller.
Well, thank you, Representative, for taking time out of your schedule and saying, hey, I want to participate and testify with my constituents, and also tell your brother that Councilman Kenyatta Johnson says hello as well, and congratulations on being newly elected, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I appreciate it, and thank you for convening this meeting today with SEPTA. Hi, everyone. My name is Tara Khan. I am a state representative. I represent Northwest Philadelphia communities of Roxborough, and that includes Wissahickon, Andorra, and Shelmont, Manayunk, East Falls, and Chestnut Hill. I want to be brief to ensure other people in our community can raise their voices, but I have been concerned with the lack of engagement of residents and stakeholders in this process, including but not exclusive to neighbors who are frequent riders, schools, communities of color, the business community, older adults, and people with disabilities. A significant number of residents, for example, have been concerned with the proposed changes that would have been catastrophic to our community. This plan previously included eliminating the 27 bus route entirely, which served areas including the major arterial Henry Avenue that included Saul High School. A meeting of our community about the changes was capped at 100, and it took lobbying from our Democratic War Leader Luiger and other stakeholders such as Councilmember Jones to get a town hall to discuss these changes. At that meeting, I spoke to a person who represented the ESOL community, people who were English with a second language and had language access issues, who communicated that even though they were supposed to be a part of the process, they felt like they were not being included at all, and the needs of that community were not being heard in the process. At that meeting, it was clear that issues of our community were not taken into account, including the needs of schools and the students who rely on SEPTA. How much longer commutes would take for residents by rerouting commutes that were previously expressed to local traffic, and also the need to clearly communicate what the plan was at that meeting for residents to clearly understand what the latest proposal was for them to give impact on, and also not having time to see the information beforehand so they could digest it and then give comments. A vast majority of our community wants to be involved in the process. Sorry, let me restate that. A vast majority of our community wants to have increased and improved service access from SEPTA. As a newly elected state rep, my Democratic House colleagues will fight for increased funding and investments for public transit across the state. And I think that is what's critical and needed in this plan. I'm proud to represent many of the dedicated members of the Transit Workers Union in our community, and several of them are my patients. I reiterate my call for increased community engagement in this process. Indeed, studies show that increased public participation can improve equity in bus network redesigns. As one venue to that end, we are still looking forward to having our next forum with SEPTA with the community, and we're still waiting to hear back. So please let us know when you're ready to set a date. So now I'm honored to have members of our community here, and would like to turn the floor over to the esteemed Sam Howell, who is the principal of Saul High School. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Sam Howell, and I am the principal of Saul High School in Roxborough on Henry Avenue. We have approximately 500 students. And although we welcome any initiative that will increase our students' access to public transportation, our major concern is the lack of engagement of school officials and students in this process. Just about every one of our students relies on public transportation to get to and from school, but neither I or the community have been approached by SEPTA for input on the project. I ask that moving forward, that Saul and other schools have a seat at the table for any changes to transportation services that will directly affect our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
I believe Ms. Hagner is not on the call, so we can move to Rebecca Poyoru. And I also forgot to mention there is a representative from Cathedral Hill as well. I did not mention earlier.
You want me to start?
Yes.
Just state your name for the record.
Yes. My name is Rebecca Poyero. I live in Roxborough. and I am a bus, trolley, and subway commuter. And I'm here to talk about the 9 and the 27, the two main bus routes serving our neighborhood. My first point, which I have written about and talked about and created a petition for the neighborhood about, is that SEPTA's bus network serves not only adult commuters, but students as well. And in our neighborhood, several hundred kids, including mine, rely daily on the 27 to get from Roxborough to Vine and Broad, which is the first stop off of 676 for high school. That includes Roman, but also Masterman, SLA, String Theory, Friend Select, Franklin Learning Center, and more. There are a lot of schools right at that node. Both the proposed new routes would add 20 to 30 minutes to student commute times. Worsening service for students is an issue of educational access, and it risks increasing student lateness. This is a critical issue, and however, I am glad that SEPTA has heard our concerns, and my understanding is they are now in conversation with the district. That's what I'm hearing in this discussion, that they are getting in dialogue with the district. So what can council do? I'd like to emphasize to council members that advocating for keeping the bus network as is, with no change, is not a solution for our city's transit needs. For example, I take the 9 to work daily, a bus that has the worst on-time service record in the system, which should be a 25-minute morning commute from Central Roxborough to 30th Street Station, turns into a 45-minute commute frequently when the bus gets stuck in traffic on 76, which it often does. On my return evening trip, I often wait 45 minutes or more for a late bus to appear at 30th Street Station. This poor on-time performance is due to 2 factors. 1, the 9 gets delayed by highway car traffic. And 2, the current 9 route is extremely long, extending all the way across Center City. The Bus Revolution's proposed shorter route for the 9 it will definitely improve my commute. The Bus Revolution redesign project is trying to address the needs of bus commuters, and there are productive ways that City Council can help. If Council truly wants to prioritize public transit, you should 1, strongly support dedicated bus lanes throughout the city. 2, enforce existing laws around illegal parking in bus lanes. And 3, find more avenues of funding through which the city can contribute to public transit, and 4, advocate for state and federal funding as well. Those would all be ways for council to help create an effective public transit system, and we need it for our city's future. So thank you for listening to me and having me speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Next, we will hear from Suzanne Hagner, and then Charles Roller, and then the representative from Cathedral Village. Ms. Hagner, you are muted. I believe you need to unmute your microphone. It should be at the top part of the hearing. There's a little microphone.
Okay?
Yep.
Do you hear me? Okay. Well, I agree with what Rebecca has just said. So some of what she said is what I was going to say, especially around the bike and the bus lanes, particularly on the 9. I've been on the bus, and the bus drivers have to keep going around vehicles, delivery trucks, Ubers, and they just laugh that it's a bus lane. So we definitely need to do something about that, and also to have enforcement. It's the same with bicycle lanes. So I agree with the Bus Revolution goals. I think we do have to make changes. Change is hard for a lot of people, but there's a lot of possibilities here to make our system much better. I would also ask that council support SEPTA in moving the Wissahickon Transit Center forward. For years, I have watched transit users, and myself included, I'm a transit user, stand with no shelter, surrounded by puddles, getting splashed by cars driving by, and it's been a stalemate. And there's just been so many groups involved in it. It doesn't need to be that way. And I just would hope that we would treat transit users so much better by getting that project moving. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next.
Next, we have Charles Roller.
State your name for the record, Mr. Roller, and begin your testimony, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Charles Roller, R-O-L-L-E-R. My friends call me Chip, but I don't have any friends.
What's up, Chip?
I want to thank State Rep Khan for inviting me today. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tarek. Change can be good. God knows SEPTA is needed in the city. The question is how it is presented. When you say revolution to a senior, and I'm 80, that can be a flag raiser. At the meeting at the hospital, I think that was evident. It was a very poor presentation. I'm so glad the SEPTA has decided to revamp their process. That is really encouraging to include more folks on a lower temperature. I appreciate that. When you do your survey, SEPTA where we are, I hope that you will include the new development in Roxborough. Maybe too much, but they're here. These people can use the bus. Hopefully they will. So when you do your counts, hopefully you will include that in your survey. Somebody mentioned reverse commute. At my station, Wissahickon, if Wendy is still here, she knows where that is. Before the virus now, there was a ton of people doing reverse commutes to Conshohocken, wherever else up the road. They had to walk up that hill from the transportation center, cold, rainy, snowy days, maybe older folks. It was a struggle for some of those folks. It really was. May I suggest we look at incorporating the Norristown Regional Rail Line in this bus revolution. When you think about it, the Norristown line parallels 27, the 9, 61, whatever. The Norristown line is deserted on a weekend. Go down to that station, the Wissahickon station on a Sunday, it is deserted. It's a shame. I suggest we somehow incorporate or think about incorporating that regional rail line, which goes through Conshohocken, Manayunk, Wissahickon, East Falls, and Allegheny, and North Broad Street. Incorporate that into this bus revolution somehow, because it parallels those lines. People can go right down to the Jefferson Hospital, cross town to the shop, whatever else. Downtown shopping to Macy's, whatever. So that's what I would request or suggest that be taken into consideration. That might help a lot of the problem. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on this panel here to participate?
Yeah, hello. Our Executive Director from Cathedral Village, Mr. Charles Gertz, and I believe he has at least one resident. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, State Representative Khan, and thank you for inviting me. My name is Charles Gertz. I'm the Executive Director of Cathedral Village, and this is Kathleen McGrand. She's one of our residents here at Cathedral Village. Cathedral Village is a senior retirement community. We have a little bit over 300 residents that we serve here, and we have over 200 staff members, many of whom use the 9 and the 27 commuting to work and getting around. Many of our population really depend on SEPTA, and I'm very happy to see that we're being included in some of these questions. And I'm going to let Kathleen explain how it really affects her and other residents that live here.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm also one of the co-presidents of our Residents Association. And when this whole topic started, we formed a small task force of residents. And I so far have served as the spearheader of that. So our residents, many folks come here because of the propinquity of the bus stops for both the 9 and the 27. Some folks have come to Cathedral Village giving up their cars, knowing that the transportation was close and that they could easily get into the city for medical appointments down at Jefferson, Wills Eye, Penn Medicine at 4th and Walnut, and conversely, going out towards West Philadelphia to Hupp and Penn Presbyterian. So many of the residents would really strongly advocate for keeping the services as they are. I guess change is difficult for all of us, but particularly an elderly population. The 9 and the 27 provide increased travel options on the east-west axis as well as the north-south into Center City, river to river, and out to West Philadelphia. Currently, we don't have access to Center City through the L, a subway, or no immediate access to the regional trains without having a car. So both the 9 and the 27 are widely utilized by our population. The proposed change for the 9 route to go down Ridge over to Broad and then down Broad would be really inconvenient and make the trip much longer. Some of the ideas one idea that we had was that we understand that the 27 would be an express route ending at 30th Street. But one idea would be to have it just go over to Chestnut and then go down Chestnut to maybe 20th, because the buses, the 21 and the 42 go down Chestnut, and people could transfer to one of those buses to get down into the depths of Center City, down to Jefferson, Wills Eye, and so forth. And then the bus could go over 20th to Market and back out. So that's just an idea. But we really would like to preserve the current service on both the 9 and the 27 that we currently have. Thank you very much.
And thank you. The one thing I just wanted to kind of stress, Kathleen mentioned a lot too, is making sure that we do include our senior population as we're going into some of these planning ideas. And I appreciate you doing that now. The key roles that we're looking at is take into account the wait times, and if the areas are undercover for our population, the distance out to walk, and especially the number of transfers that are needed. By adding extra transfers, that adds a lot more complexity to some of these needs for our residents. And I want to thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Khan, anyone else on your panel to testify? I think I see a Rebecca. Oh, Rebecca, you spoke already. Okay. Anyone else, Representative Khan? You're on mute.
Thank you. I was going to do that once today, so that was the time. No, there's no one else. Thank you, Councilman.
Any last minute comments, Representative, before we move to our next panel?
Yeah, no. I would just like to hear from Ms. Richards. It's great to see you, and just any comments from you all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank everybody for your testimony. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
Mr. Chair, I believe Representative Khan was asking for a response from Ms. Richards. I don't know if she wanted to say something or.
I was just, we heard the comments. We appreciate the acknowledgement that change is needed for us to better serve everyone, and how seniors will be listened to. And we took notes, and we'll respond to everyone. We really appreciate you having your constituents on here, people who use our system on a regular basis. Really good comments were made, and we'll take a look at it. I know there's a lot of people who want to speak here, so I just didn't want to take more time, but we'll respond. And thanks again, Representative Khan. We've enjoyed working with you, and we know transit is important to your district.
Thanks, Commissioner. And can I ask Councilmember Johnson, what is the next step for our community? I know when we met last, we discussed having another forum to present the proposed changes so that our community can see and understand what's the next step, and also to give input on that. Will we be having a meeting later this month or next month in Roxborough? And what's the process for that? Thank you.
So I'm going to defer to Chairwoman Richards, because they have an overall plan of how they're going about, and it was mentioned early on in this hearing how they're going to be going about collecting data. And this is just the beginning of this process, but actually this process has been going on, from my understanding, for a while. So Chairwoman Leslie and your team, do you want to reiterate what you explained to us?
Yeah, I'm going to let Dan go into some of the specifics that Representative Khan just asked, but just for everyone, maybe in case anyone is new to this conversation, this is the first draft that we're taking comments on now. We will put forward a second draft after we have considered every single comment, in the thousands, by the way, that we have received. I'll let Dan go through the timeline of that. And then, just so everyone knows, then there will be another revision, and that will come to a public hearing. We will make sure that the timeline and the slides that we shared earlier are available to everybody. Obviously, we will also answer questions if anyone has questions on that timeline. But also want to reiterate that what we are discussing now, the changes will be implemented in the fall of 2024. There will be a lot more discussion, and we'll make sure that we reach out to everybody and work with our state and local officials to make sure we do that, as well with the senior community, disability community, and others. But Dan, as far as when they'll see the next round.
So the Representative Khan, we spoke at the event, and I think what makes sense, because your district or your area, as well as Councilman Jones's area, there was more fluidity in some of those neighborhoods. So I think maybe what makes sense is to meet in February, and I have your email address, so I'll email you offline, and to set up sort of a smaller, I think Mr. Roller said kind of a smaller meeting to kind of talk through some different options, because we've presented multiple at this point, and we don't want to confuse people any further. So why don't we talk this week about what makes the most sense specifically for that area, and then in terms of like the grand scheme of things, we do plan on unveiling the next full draft in March, and that will include another full round of meetings. But because some areas there's a little more volatility and change than others, I do think a meeting in February is a good idea to kind of at least establish what is and is not being proposed at this point in time. So I think talking further would be an excellent idea.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
On our next panel, we have Nick Zawila Rogers, Cameron Adames, and Mason Carter.
So Nick, we're going to start with you. Could you state your name for the record and please begin your testimony?
Sure. Good morning. Well, I guess afternoon now. Councilman Johnson, other members of City Council, State Representative Cephas, and other state legislative officials that are here, General Manager Richards, and anybody else I forgot in that long list. My name is Nick Zawala Rogers. I'm the Transportation Program Director for Clean Air Council, and I sit on the Executive Committee of Transit Forward Philly, who I'm delivering this testimony on behalf of. We're a coalition of over 24 Greater Philadelphia organizations, including labor unions, business associations, community groups, senior and disability rights advocates, other advocacy organizations, as well as a collective of riders interested in advocating for a safe and accessible and sustainable transit network. Our goal is to amplify the voices of underrepresented riders and promote transit equity and access to economic opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today to speak in support of the Bus Revolution project and discuss why we need a new bus network. Buses are a lifeline for all of Philadelphians. They connect us to family, community, and culture, and move riders to where trains, trolleys, and subways simply cannot. Riders depend on SEPTA buses to provide access to jobs, healthcare, and every other essential service, but without a fast, frequent, reliable bus network, riders lose access to the countless opportunities the Greater Philadelphia region has to offer. The SEPTA Forward Bus Revolution project is a chance to make these opportunities possible by providing more frequent and reliable travel during the middle of the day and on the weekends. Higher frequency means more buses and less time waiting for the bus. Higher frequency also translates to more reliability and predictability, which will allow riders to arrive at their destinations faster and on time. In addition, buses penetrate deeper into neighborhoods and can adapt more swiftly to changes in population and job density, while also offering greater cost effectiveness for cash-strapped municipalities. Currently, 49% of SEPTA's total ridership is accounted for in buses and trackless trolleys, but 73% of jobs and almost 80% of Philadelphia residents are in areas that have the market demand to support frequent transit. So clearly, a deeper investment and more robust service should follow in order to meet that demand. In 2016, after Houston overhauled its bus system, the entire network benefited. After a year of the redesign, their bus system alone saw an increase in ridership, but through a more interconnected network, there came a network-wide increase in ridership of 7%. In Miami, advocates focused their bus network redesign on residents without access to cars. The new bus network now puts twice as many of those households within a 5-minute walk of frequent transit. These are the sorts of transit improvements Philadelphia could see with a successful redesign and a fully funded bus network. SEPTA's bus network has not undergone major design changes in decades, and part of the network is outdated and not responsive to today's needs. Some routes still follow paths that were designed for horse-drawn carriages, and the current bus network was designed during a time when segregation and redlining were still legal. The network is old and clearly in need of change. Since 2014, average bus speeds have declined, with a majority of buses running under 12 miles per hour, although I heard earlier from Leslie Richards that it's actually 8 miles an hour in Philadelphia, so even worse than I had written down here. SEPTA itself sets a goal of 80% on-time arrival of buses, but currently less than a quarter of the high ridership routes meet that standard. Despite riders in local and national surveys indicating that bus frequency is one of the most important factors in their rides, a majority of SEPTA buses arrive more than 15 minutes apart, and that is kind of specifically something that the bus revolution is proposing to fix. All these factors have led to many bus riders no longer seeing the bus as a reliable and dependable transportation option, and this was evident in the years leading up to the pandemic when SEPTA was seeing a steady decline in bus ridership. Prior to the pandemic, there was a 13% drop in the bus ridership, even though the city's population was growing. Poor frequency, slow bus speeds, and an unreliable bus service have forced riders to no longer use and depend on SEPTA buses as a viable transportation option. In 2021, our coalition conducted a survey of over 2,400 bus riders, and 79% of respondents stated that poor bus service was their top concern. Included in that is 59% of riders reporting that buses are unreliable and don't show up when they say they will. 55% reported that the buses are infrequent and don't arrive often enough, and 32% reported that buses are slow and don't move fast enough. Philadelphia's bus system is broken, and it needs fixing to respond to the contemporary needs of residents and fix historic inequities that have gone unaddressed. These are all problems that the bus revolution can help to improve, but results would be even better if the proposed project was not revenue neutral. Currently, the city of Philadelphia provides one of the lowest local funding contributions for public transit. Despite being among the top 10 cities in the United States in generated revenue, we provide less local support than peer cities such as Phoenix, Chicago, and Seattle. Increased local funding can help to make sure the current revenue-neutral bus revolution is more effective for our residents who depend on buses or whose livelihoods would drastically improve by being able to rely on transit. City-controlled solutions like bus-only lanes, signal prioritization, corner daylighting, and well-lit shelters with seating, and bus stop parking enforcement can also help to improve, help to make the most of a redesigned system, creating faster, more dependable buses for Philadelphia's residents. When 31% of Philadelphia households lack access to a car and 28% of SEPTA riders are under 150% of the poverty line, an investment in buses is an investment in supporting our residents who need access the most. Amid new post-quarantine work schedules, the shift in transit use that already began prior to the pandemic does not match the last century of transit planning. designed to serve the traditional 9-to-5 commuters going in and out of Center City. The bus revolution can offer faster, more frequent service during off-peak hours, with the most drastic changes coming to mid-weekday and weekend service so that we can use transit for all of our needs. Philadelphia needs a redesigned bus system, and only through strong coordination between the city and SEPTA can we achieve all the system has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will the next panelist please state their name and record for the testimony and begin?
Next, we have Cameron Adamus.
Hi, my name is Cameron Adames, Transit Committee member of Fifth Square, last name Adanez, Cameron, Cameron. I work at a grocery store and I'm a bus rider as well as being part of Fifth Square. Thank you for allowing me to address you today. I agree that an overhaul of the bus network is a big task and should not be taken lightly. I think it is fair to keep SEPTA accountable. However, it's disingenuous to come forward to challenge a project that has been in the works for years. Many stand to benefit from the bus revolution, and we cannot leave them out in the cold in favor of a less usable system for the sake of comfort we take in the devil we know. 8 council districts will gain operational hours from the redesign. As there's been more feedback on the draft network, there will be more changes. The redesign itself is revenue neutral, that is, the operating budget will not be increased while making these changes. It means the designers must make trade-offs, which will inevitably upset some riders. I have called on SEPTA many times to not have a revenue neutral design, but matching funds from the city are not there. This is counter to other smaller cities like Cleveland, St. Louis, or Charlotte that do contribute matching funds. Is it the council's intention to get a design that has a higher operating budget? And if so, I would be in favor of this move. Regardless of whether SEPTA is allowed to go forward with changes to the bus network, it will still need better infrastructure to support a higher throughput of vehicles on specific corridors. The required infrastructure is outlined by Otis in their document, The Philadelphia Transit Plan, A Vision for 2045, supported by this very council. There are also great suggestions for priority light timings, which could be done now. The most important part of this plan, however, is creating dedicated bus lanes. Potential bus-only lanes are either in neighborhoods with a higher propensity towards transit, like North Philadelphia, or in Center City, which would improve network times overall. I created a petition to show support for dedicated bus lanes, which has more than 300 signatures. I also brought up bus lanes during a WHYY group discussion on parking in South Philly, since it would require removing parking. South Philadelphians would rather lose their pants than lose a parking spot. And the group, after mulling it over, they were supportive of removing parking for bus lanes because it would make a net positive change. City Council must make bus lanes a reality to facilitate this network redesign. Bus routes also need amenities like bus shelters and signage. Not having these basic amenities is frustrating to longtime riders and will not attract new riders. If you take a bus to any random neighborhood, you will find an old sign hung to a utility pole, and if you're lucky, an overturned milk crate for a bench. This is not befitting for a city like Philadelphia. The public assumes that SEPTA is in control of the bus stops, but that's incorrect. I've asked both SEPTA and city officials how we can get better amenities, but there's been no clear answer. The lack of amenities seems due to the sidewalks being controlled by property owners, a lack of money, and a lack of political will. Council members can easily get bus amenities in key parts of their districts if they so choose. Looking at the whole picture, it is embarrassing for a city council of a municipality this large to call a special meeting for a transit agency plan instead of maintaining a good working relationship with transit agencies consistently over time. It is also strange to see the council be recently concerned with public transit, despite having a third of lower income residents relying on public transit throughout their lives, and with half of all transit trips taking a bus. I would think that everyone would work together for the benefit of all Philadelphians. If SEPTA is ordered to end the bus network redesign, does City Council have concrete plans to improve the bus network with a timeline, with milestones? Does City Council want to execute the vision of a city with a robust transit network that empowers Philadelphians to live their fullest? Or is City Council content with a system that is about to disappear?
Is that your full presentation, Cameron?
That is correct, sir.
Hey, thank you very much for your testimony. The next person up for testimony is Mason Carter.
Hello, Council Member Johnson. My name is Mason Carter, and I am chair of the SEPTA Citizen Advisory Committee. Thank you to Councilmember Johnson and the Transportation Subcommittee for listening to my testimony today addressing the bus revolution. I have been a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee for 6 years. All members are appointed by either the city or the suburban counties. And so we have worked extensively with both SEPTA and Otis to make incremental improvements to our city's transportation system. One of the big lessons that I have taken away from sitting on the CAC has been the structure of responsibility for addressing issues. It's not clear cut. Some issues are clearly in SEPTA's domain. Others rest with the streets department. Others rest with traffic enforcement. The list goes on. Unfortunately, I have observed that the city tends to take more of a passive role in our transportation system, while SEPTA is often helpless to address city issues that hobble the bus system. Personally, I'm a frequent rider of all modes of transportation and use the buses every day. I have lived in multiple neighborhoods in my Philadelphia life and currently live in Germantown. I live in a single-car household and choose to frequently use public transportation. Our transportation system can take us almost anywhere in Philadelphia and beyond, but for many, it cannot take us there quickly or reliably. People without a car are sadly and undeservedly placed at a disadvantage day in, day out compared to a car owner. Time is money, and car-centric policies over generations have caused many riders to lose income at no fault of their own. When I'm riding the bus, I like to sit, look out the window, and observe. I see many, many things. I see the obstacles that buses frequently encounter. I see that the few dedicated bus lanes are very half-heartedly enforced. There's no signal prioritization. I barely see any traffic enforcement. While our city has a tremendous legacy system, other cities like Seattle, Chicago, and Boston are innovating traffic flow while we continue to rely on the achievements of the past and stagnate. The bus revolution is a reaction to the conditions that have caused poor reliability and low speeds. Without the city doing all that it can to help the buses, any achievements made with the bus revolution will be immediately undermined. I do believe the traffic conditions that hobble the buses should be addressed first, then the routes. But because this wasn't done, the bus revolution is an even greater necessity. But the biggest issue that needs to be addressed with the process of the bus revolution has been the need to be cost neutral. While responsible on SEPTA's part, this is a defeatist philosophy that SEPTA was required to adopt because local funding for transit has been extremely low compared to peer cities. The city has not offered any funding beyond the status quo. The cost-neutral philosophy is not only an impractical way to make truly lasting improvements, it has also caused some proposed cuts that would not need to happen if there was a philosophy of ridership investment. Riders who have been with the system through thick and thin deserve ridership investment. Some routes should be cut, but new ones should be created. Others need to have much better frequency and investment to blossom. The bus revolution is a nimble and ongoing process that needs more help from the city. Ridership investment, like any other investment, is a concept that will not necessarily show results overnight, but the amount of lives that will be changed over time will be tremendous. We all know that poverty is a crippling issue. Our city is actively trying to solve the issue from many different angles. This is a complicated beast with no clear solution. But there is one clear way that will give people a leg up immediately if implemented, and that is better transit that doesn't put people at a disadvantage over car ownership, which we all know is extremely expensive. I will never forget when I once met a man years ago that was homeless because he had lost his job as a contractor. We ended up spending a lot of time together that day, and I bought him a 20-pack of tokens. He told me that transit was his lifeline into finding a new job and being able to keep one. Imagine if we invested in our ridership to increase our bus frequencies and speeds that went beyond the cost neutral philosophy. Imagine how many more people could get to the jobs that they need, see the people that they need to see, and frequent the businesses that they need to frequent. While it's been great that there has been a resolution to adopt the Otis transit plan, we need to think even bigger. We need a streets department that can better coordinate with SEPTA. We need more local funding. We need real traffic enforcement from police and PPA. We need signal prioritization. We need bus lanes so that the buses can operate quickly and predictably. We need to give people the freedom to not need a car in order to have an economic advantage. Bus riders deserve the same, if not greater, investment that car riders receive. What I have seen the most from the massive public response towards the bus revolution is that people value their roots. Without their roots, their lives would be much worse. To lift people out of poverty and into prosperity, our city has many tools at its disposal, as I stated before, but there's no tool, in my opinion, that will have many visible knock-on effects in the short term is giving everyone the chance to get everywhere they need to go. So I asked the Transit Subcommittee today to please consider taking a more hands-on approach with giving our ridership the investment that it deserves. The bus revolution needs extra investment from the city, not just divvying up routes and being a cost-neutral puzzle to solve. We need a mix of operational and capital funding to make this a true revolution for all. This extra funding can come from several different sources, starting with traffic enforcement fines and going from there. We need more coordination from different departments. The city needs to also follow the lead of its peer cities and surpass them to give buses the speed and reliability advantage over cars. I cannot emphasize this enough. People who can't afford cars or cannot afford the constant gas and maintenance of the cars that they have deserve to have an advantage, not a disadvantage. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate you listening to me very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes this panel, and now we will go into, we will take a brief pause and then go into public comment. We have a very, very extensive list for public comments, and I would like to ask for a SEPTA team, Leslie and your team, to stick around and listen to the wider public comments as well. There's about 68 people. And so we're pretty much going to spend the rest of our afternoon listening to the concerns, and rather that's concerns, support as well. We don't know, but a significant amount of people have reached out to provide public testimony. We had to turn some people away because they were calling even up to this morning past the deadline, which was 3 o'clock yesterday. And so we'll take a brief pause. We have also been welcomed back by Councilman Chairperson Curtis Jones. And we'll take a brief pause, and then we will be back for
Chairman Johnson. If I just let everyone know, we have. You can see our team just turned on the camera.
Hey, I think we will have. Kelly, he needs to sit around and hear these comments as well. Get it past the afternoon. He can't go play golf. We're working right now. So anyway, thank you, Chairwoman Leslie, and so. Our tech team will allow us to take a few minutes to take a brief pause, and then we'll get back on.
Sounds good. Thank you.
We are now about to take public comment for this hearing on resolution bill number 220981. Will the clerk please call the first person to provide public comment?
Absolutely. And real fast before we begin, we're asking all public commenters if they can do their best to keep their testimony to 2 minutes, as we have a large volume of callers, and we just want to ensure that everyone's comments can be heard. And also, if anyone had to drop off and is still monitoring due to conflicts or work, you may submit written testimony to Brett, BRETT, and as in Nancy, EDELKOFF @phila.gov. And now first we have for this resolution, Lance Haver.
Good afternoon. My name is Lance Haver. I'm the consumer reporter for Hall Monitor, a Lenfest Foundation funded partner of the Every Voice, Every Vote project. We are a 2023 nominee for the Philadelphia News Awards in the broadcast news category. I want to commend City Council for holding these hearings. Philadelphia is 80% of the system with 80% of the infrastructure, 80% of the riders, and 80% of the local subsidy. Yet the city holds less than 15% of the votes on the SEPTA board, which might explain why suburban transit have greater subsidies than city transit division. Only an editorial board that believes the Commonwealth Foundation, an out-of-touch corporate think tank, should have weekly access to its readers could believe that City Council should not do what it can to ensure that city SEPTA riders are well served by the system. As a reporter, I covered the meeting Council Member Joan and 21st Ward Leader Lou Ager organized for SEPTA to explain the plan to eliminate direct bus service from the Northwest to Center City. What was truly shocking was SEPTA's lead consultant explanation, and this was recorded and played on air. If anyone wants a copy, I'm happy to get it to him. The consultant stated that her team studied who used the bus service during the COVID shutdown. The team's recommendations are designed to meet the need of those that rode SEPTA during COVID, not those who are using the SEPTA now or who will be using SEPTA as the city reopens and rebuilds. Unbelievably, the consultant is recommending a design to meet a city whose schools are closed, offices are virtual, restaurant and entertainments are curtailed. A future that predicts fewer SEPTA riders, not more, a smaller city population, despite the city's growing population, and where cars, both private and through quote-unquote ride sharing, are more important than public transit. SEPTA's main outreach was through the internet. It failed to post notices on the buses it was eliminating or curtailing to warn riders that they were in danger of losing their service. Can it really be true that the consultants don't know the percentage of SEPTA riders who are working poor and don't have access to the internet? It should be clear to anyone who's heard SEPTA's out-of-town lead consultant that the new design doesn't serve Philadelphians. Note, less than 0.1% of the SEPTA riders were surveyed. I urge City Council to instruct SEPTA to reject the plan and start anew. This time, first meeting with communities and civic groups, elected officials, schools, houses and worships, and others before they issue any redesign. If SEPTA decides to go through with the cuts that will harm the city riders, I urge City Council to cut SEPTA subsidies. Don't pay for a system that doesn't serve us. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much. Will the clerk please call the next person for public comment? Councilman Curtis Jones, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to thank Lance, and I go back far enough to call him that, for his consistent advocacy for consumers throughout the decades, and for him being at that 21st Ward meeting where people voiced their concerns about a revolution that darn sure wasn't televised. And to basically say some of the issues and inequities between urban riders and suburban riders and representation on the board. So thank you for those insights, Lance. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member.
Next on public comment. Next on public comment, we have Queen Judith Robinson.
Yes, good afternoon. Queen Judith Robinson here. I'm representing the 32nd Ward. I also am a recent former member of the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission Public Participation Task Force. My major concerns are notification to the public. The awareness has not been, outreach has not been good. Public participation and pathways to have input. As a member of the two organizations just mentioned, we have not received any notification through the RCO process, and I have made that recommendation to SEPTA and to the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, which is the transportation planning agency for the whole region. I'm trying to get clarity on the changes. Is it speed of the buses? Is it reliability? Is it a lack of ridership? Or is it funding? If we put our heads together and the public is made aware of how we can participate, then we could sort out all of these things. Thank you, all of the council people and the elected officials. Your questions have been very poignant. Thank you, Lance Haver. You also were at the meeting at 1234 Market Street, which was chaotic. It was chaos. We could not get heads or tails. I am here advocating for the folks of North Philadelphia who everyone I ask, whether they're riders, young, old, they are not aware. The 33 bus is not broken. It does not need to continue down to South Philly, where we then are competing with the 17 riders in order to get down Market Street a few blocks away. The transfers are not good. The statistics are tainted. I am a healthy, thankfully, happy senior citizen who can move any which way you want. Change is okay with me. However, they're not considering the senior citizens that's on walker and wheelchairs, the disabled. And today we have heard that so many constituencies have not been informed. Lance Haver, I agree. SEPTA needs to start over again, including all of the folk who have not been included, and we need to have clear, concise information about how we move forward. I hope all of you, especially some at-large folk who witnessed the chaos that SEPTA has, is just no way that we can have a major transit system change and we not have inclusion as we see here today. Thank you so much for the time.
Next, we have Susanna Berger. Susanna Berger.
Let's go to the next person, please.
Next, we have a Carol Foy.
Yes.
My apologies. Is Susanna Berger?
Yeah, this is Susanna Berger. I just heard the beep now.
You may begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Susanna Berger, and as a Philadelphia resident who relies on SEPTA to get around this morning, I want to urge City Council to implement bus lanes throughout our city. SEPTA faces many challenges in improving bus service, but the one area where the city government can most directly help is getting buses out of congestion. Rededicating lanes for buses will speed up the buses and incidentally improve frequencies. This council, loves to talk about improving equity, and implementing bus lanes is a great opportunity to back up the rhetoric with an actual policy that will improve the lives of bus riders like myself. Please prove to us that these hearings aren't, an opportunity to grab headlines, but rather a time that our city council members can implement policies like supporting new bus lanes that will match campaign promises. Thank you so much for your time. Bye.
Next, we have Carol Foy. Carol Foy, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Carol Foy, and I am a member of Philly Thrive, and I'm also a member of the Easter Service Worker. And my concern is the 12 bus and the 64 bus. Many people ride that 12 bus for over a decade. I am 70 years old. I have been riding that 12 bus ever since I was a kid, living down 22nd Street. Now I'm living in the Great West Ferry area. And I said, please don't stop that bus, because that bus takes people to the doctor, take them shopping, take them to the hospital, take them downtown. The 64 bus takes the children to school. And it's very important for the children to be able to get to school. My great grandson ride that 64 bus to go all the way to 46 and Fairmont to school. And it would jeopardize a lot of people's lives and stuff like that, because everyone depends on that 12 bus and that 64 bus. And I don't see no reason why they should change around. Even with December, why should they change December and make December go down Market Street when they used to go to North Philly? They should just go ahead and keep it like it is and don't make no change at all. Or you take it back to the board again. And I already talked to people, and people that came to us in Philly Drive talked to us from SEPTA about how we thought about that bus being changed. Because a lot of senior citizens use that 12 bus. That 12 bus take them, if they live in the Great Goods Fair area right here at 31st Street, that one bus takes them where they want to go at. And I don't think the senior citizens need to be changing buses. Got to get on one bus to get on another bus. It's not fair to them. Like they said before that, there's a lot of people that's in wheelchairs, on oxygen, like a friend of mine on oxygen, so like that. I don't walk that good. I walk with a cane. So one bus would take me where I want to go at, take me from and bring me back home. So thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I want to acknowledge Councilman Curtis Jones. Your hand is raised.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. That was from before. You have already recognized me.
All right, thank you. Clerk, please call the next person for testimony.
Next, we have a Susan Packer. Susan Packer, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay. My name is Susan Packer. I live in South Philadelphia, and I'm very concerned about the proposed changes to the Route 45 bus, which runs north on 11th and south on 12th between South Philadelphia and Center City, all within Councilman Squilla's district. SEPTA wants to change the frequency of that bus from 10 to 12 minutes now to 30 minutes apart. This will have a profound effect on most of the students who attend my daughter's high school, the Academy at Palumbo, which is located between 11th and 12th, right in the middle of the bus route on Catherine, and is not near a Broad Street subway stop. So most of the kids that attend this magnet high school come from all over the city, and they must take the 45 to get to and from school. If we make the buses further apart, we run the danger of the students being late to school, which affects their academic careers as well as the school criteria, and they are also in danger of being late going home. The buses may very well be overcrowded, may pass them by if there are only a few of them, and it will be an unnecessary hardship on the students, most of whom can't drive. I understand from the testimony I've heard here earlier that SEPTA intends to engage with the school district on these issues, and I believe they said with the individual principals. I hope that means that they will reach out to the principal of the Academy at Palumbo, as well as the principal of Newman Goretti, which is also located on the 11th Street bus line, the 45. In addition, there are many elderly neighbors of mine that are served by the 45 going into Center City to Jefferson and Pennsylvania hospitals for doctor's appointments. And I myself, as well as many neighbors, commute on the 45 from South Philly to my job in Center City. So please reconsider the time changes that you are making to that arterial bus line, as well as many others that we've heard throughout the city are being similarly affected. Thank you.
Next to testify, we have a Larry Reese.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, my name is Larry Reese. I am a former SEPTA street supervisor, two-time Midville District rodeo champion, and I used to drive my bus dressed as Santa Claus for Christmas. I have a passion for SEPTA and a love affair for the city of Philadelphia, and I think SEPTA needs to be back connecting with the people in the city who they serve. They are currently going throughout the system and removing benches from all the terminals. There's very rare in the city of Philadelphia to see benches at transit stop. If you go into the region or regional rail, you see benches everywhere. And that commitment to the public needs to be there. We are a public good. Unfortunately, Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh to the west, Philadelphia to the east, and Alabama in the middle. And I've traveled extensively through Pennsylvania, and there's a profound hatred for the city of Philadelphia, and I believe that's racially based and shame. SEPTA does not get the funding that it deserves. It does a wonderful job, as the people of SEPTA are dedicated, wonderful people. They do the best job possible, but we have to underline our commitment to the public based on morality. If my mother or your mother is able to sit in a comfortable bench waiting for a bus that'll come in a reasonable amount of time, and the suburban riders have that, they expect it, and the funding source is skewed in such a way where they're guaranteed it, whereas the people of Philadelphia are herding about as cattle. I partnered with the NAACP to get benches installed at Broad and Only, and those benches are still there, and I hope it's improved upon. Frankfurt Terminal, the benches are removed. 69th Street, the benches are removed. That is a slippery slope. If we do not treat the riding public with the respect that they deserve, the system itself has to be looked upon more than transporting people from one place to the other. Oftentimes people who ride SEPTA, that is their only choice. They cannot drive because of their physical or mental disability. I myself collect Social Security disability from a car accident. I understand what it's like to ride a public transit vehicle with a disability. One of my major calls years ago as a street supervisor was servicing wheelchair lifts. Thankfully, the whole system has transitioned over to low-floor vehicles, and that is a wonderful positive outcome to people looking at the needs of the community and putting the community first. God gave us this wonderful system, technology. We have apps that could tell us where buses are. We have annunciators that announce where the buses are going. We have drivers that are trained. SEPTA has the best training of the transportation industry anywhere in this country. And we are controlled by a region that alienates the city of Philadelphia. If you go to Phoenix, Arizona, every time they add to the surrounding area, that is incorporated into Phoenix, Arizona. Whereas Philadelphia, all of the money and resources are in the 5 counties outside of Philadelphia, and Philadelphia has all the problems but none of the resources. We have all the concerns but none of the voices that could bring about the positive change. I'm also the founder of a new organization that's just coming into being right now called Gruntled. If you know what disgruntled is, and all of us know what that is, disgruntled is the opposite of gruntled. Everything's synonymous with feeling happy and blessed. I would like to offer my services as an advocate for the public, similar to Phantom Rider was years ago in the Daily News, to bring about the positive change that SEPTA has the potential of reaching. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next to speak, we have David Leachling. David, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm David Leichling, and I'm calling from South Brunswick in Middlesex County, New Jersey, which might make you wonder, why is a person from the suburbs offering comment here? First, many transit agencies over the decades have held a bias in planning for attracting outsiders from distant suburbs into their cities. The expectation goes that they will only arrive by driving, and so the cities have revised themselves to provide urban freeways, car-centric streets, and abundant parking. For the last several years, on my own visits to Philadelphia, I've gotten there via regional rail on the Trenton Line and PATCO. They are good, useful feeders into Philadelphia. Second, as a suburban outsider, it's clear SEPTA should focus on the needs of Philadelphians first and foremost. The guests to your city, like myself, must come second. Namely, our cars must come second. In looking to focus on local needs, SEPTA must prioritize their local transit, their bus routes. As part of the bus revolution, you must rededicate more road space away from cars and for bus lanes. Speaking to functionality, bus lanes improve the efficiency, speed, reliability, and safety of transit for your residents. To visibility, for outsiders like me, having clearly visible bus lanes makes their service a clear priority. When they're visible, they're perceived as being more useful, and we as guests will be more likely to take buses and public transit than to drive. From a conceptual level, if your buses are getting delayed by mixed traffic, the dedication of space for cars is the problem. Dedication of road space for buses with bus lanes is the solution. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next to speak, we have Tanetta Graham. Tanetta Graham, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Tanetta Graham. Good afternoon. This is Tanetta Graham. I want to first thank Council for preparing these hearings on SEPTA. I love Philadelphia, and I am always bragging about the accessibility of public transportation. I live in Strawberry Mansion, and I can get just about anywhere using SEPTA. So I understand that SEPTA is a valuable resource to Philadelphia. It's because of this value that it's of major importance that any major overhauls to its system take into consideration the people it serves, especially those the economic impact of the people that it serves. So living in Strawberry Mansion and looking over the routes that will be impacted for our community, those routes include the 7, the 48, the 49, the 32, and the 33. All popular routes. I have the pleasure of operating the Strawberry Mansion CDC, and oftentimes folks get to our office utilizing SEPTA, and we're able to send them to other places where they can get assistance utilizing SEPTA. So I'm just going to do some real talk real quick before I let you guys go today. So let's take, for example, the Route 7 and how it impacts folks in our community. From the Route 7, I am able to walk to my home and get to South Philadelphia through one bus route. With this new revolution plan, I will have to take the 7, get off the 7, and then get another bus to go to South Philly. So that means if I don't have a SEPTA key card and I'm just hopping on the bus, that's 2 fares instead of 1. So I'm paying 2 times because I have to get on 2 buses instead of 1. And in case you guys are not aware, SEPTA has
they do no longer have their paper transfers, so you can't pay that extra 50 cents for a transfer. So that, therefore, there's an economic impact to us, to their new plan, making it less affordable for folks who have to go through one place and end up having to take two buses with this new plan. So I just thank you all again for having these hearings and hearing how SEPTA can best impact Philadelphia. This is not a rag on SEPTA. We know we need SEPTA. It's very important to our area. We just want to make sure that economic impact is considered and that there's equitable change throughout the system. Thank you.
Thank you for that balanced testimony. Thank you.
Next person for public comment, please begin.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, we good, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Oh, my clerk says that her screen has frozen. So could the next person offer public comment please begin? Kelvin Carrington.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kelvin Carrington. I'm 71 years old. I've been riding SEPTA my entire life. I've always lived in South Philadelphia, 19146 zip code. And for what my first request is to the members of the City Council and the State Legislature, would you please ask the editorial staff at the Enquirer Daily News if they might unlock the online articles about the SEPTA revolution in the public interest? We probably really appreciate that. You can't all afford $3 newspapers. Okay, now I want to talk about we went over the cost. Well, the plan the SEPTA has right now is simply create chaotic changes in the schedules of the current riders without addressing the issues of the cost, the safety, or the cleanliness. We may have issues with the timing of the buses, but these are issues we have already had, and we've learned to deal with them and make our schedules accordingly. If you change all these schedules and people can't get to work, is the job going to change your job schedule? No, I don't think so. Okay? Now, we talk about these L-shaped routes that you see that I've been told by SEPTA, or I've seen at a meeting and all, that the L-shaped routes are a waste of time, or they're not time efficient. My L-shaped route on Route 17 makes one turn off a straight route run on 20th Street to a straight run down Market Street. Coming back, it makes two turns, and when it goes around Rittenhouse Square, it's still on 19th Street. So we see no reason whatsoever, and it is a heavily traveled route, and it was already a 10-minute or less interval during the rush hour, and it's fast enough during the day. It's like 12, 13 minutes. Then when you want to talk about evening and weekend ridership, where are you going to get it from? People that do have cars get out of town and all the rest of that stuff. And when you talk about late night, yeah, I feel bad for the people that have late night jobs. I had family members, young women, that had to deal with SEPTA, get off 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. But the fact of the matter is that with the safety concerns in Philadelphia right now, very few people are going to ride the bus. They won't even come out their door unless it's absolutely necessary. And you do have also an L-shaped route that you have put in the 512, which would combine the 48, the 49, and the 7 parts of their routes. And if you're talking about time and having straight lines, that route's going to have 10 turns on the south, on north and west from Market Street up to Allegheny Avenue. It's going to have at least 10 turns coming back from Allegheny Avenue to go down Market Street. Plus, if you make me get off the 17, you move it to 22nd Street from 20th Street, it doesn't save anything with traffic problems or the fallen infrastructure, we don't know when we're going to have a collapse in the street. And let's think about the PGW work that they're doing. It's 3,300 miles of pipeline. They're only replacing 33 miles a year. So this is going to continue to go on. Plus, with all this development that you have, you're still building up high rises all over the place. And with the gentrification, with all this mess that you created, and that you think that if you change my bus route from 20th Street to 22nd Street, they're not going to have the same problem. All you're going to do is cause more congestion on 22nd Street. It already has a bike lane. Oh, man. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And if you don't want an L-shaped route, then explain to me where this 512 route is coming from with all these turns in it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Will the clerk please call the next witness for public comment?
Next, we have Reverend Tyrone Williams.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. You could begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Tyrone Williams, Program Coordinator for the Strawberry Mansion Community Development Corporation. My president, Tanetta Graham, just outlined the buses that these changes is going to affect. I want to throw the Route 54s in there as well. SEPTA worked great with us a few years ago for the Dolphin Street Loop. It is one of the greatest loops in this city right now. Of course, I'm biased, but that came because of the participation of the residents and SEPTA working with the residents. I want to give kudos to Miss Wendy Green Harvey, who worked very intently with the Strawberry Mansion CDC. We had several meetings, and now we have a bus loop second to none in this city. And it worked out great. And that's because SEPTA listened. And I also had testified concerning the Route 49, where SEPTA wanted to stop at 33rd Street and not come in Strawberry Mansion. We in Strawberry Mansion, we're organized. Y'all go out and y'all pay consultants, and you already have consultants in communities. We communities, we advocate, we watch, we learn, and then we take action. But a lot of people go around us and try to get expert opinion from other people around the country instead of dealing with us who live here. And so I just want to say that there needs to go back to the drawing board. It's not the first time SEPTA did it, because that's exactly what y'all did with the 33rd Street bus bar, and look how that worked out. I just want to say that when you're trying to make big changes, you already have consultants. You have consultants in the CDCs. You have consultants in the NACs. You have consultants out of the councilman's office and the reps' offices who have community liaisons. But y'all go out of the way to bring in people. And then I want to go to that word revolution. It's a scary proposal when you first hear it. What do that mean? I heard somebody saying that the revolution ain't been televised. No, it hasn't. Why it wasn't televised? Just like the developers. They worked during COVID, and so did the bus revolution. Not when everybody was viable, moving around, whatever. Things were being done, and then we have to find out later. I want to give credit to Ms. Queen Judith Robinson, who's been on this from the very beginning, has been informing the residents of Mansion and North Philadelphia, and we will not go anywhere, just as I said with the Route 49, that if y'all feel as though it can't come in Mansion, then we'll stop it at 33rd and Poplar. Y'all listened, and now I hear that's being proposed to go. So, if you talk to the community, which is already consultants without pay, I think you will get a better result when you're trying to make changes. Thank you.
Next to speak, we have Barbara Morrison. Barbara Morrison, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin your testimony.
Okay. I live at Society Hill Towers, and basically I'm concerned about the Route 12 and also the 42. Basically, we'll start with Route 12 first. It seems to me the 12 bus ends up at Columbus Boulevard, stops and docks down there on Dock Street. It wraps around. Now it comes around to 2nd and Spruce. That basically would be the first stop. I believe that is going to terminate. I'm not 100% sure because I didn't get too much information between the 42 route and the 12, which both run there. Now, Society Hill Towers has 30-story apartment building, 3 buildings. They are currently building a high-rise, 28 stories, which Mr. Squilla knows, and I thank him for participating and all else council members. That's going to be an apartment building too. Now, my concern is the 42 travels along there, Spruce Street, turns and goes along Walnut. It goes out to West Philly. Now, the problem here that I see with all the residents, and we have in this geographic area thousands of residents in the high-rise buildings, Penn's Landing, the tourists that come by, Harbor Park, and all along Spruce Street, Walnut Street. The Towers has children, doctors, nurses, okay? People like me that are senior citizens, people that just have to get to work in Center City and all the Penn Center buildings. And to eliminate this bus stop here at 2nd and Spruce is totally crazy, I believe. I have to use that word. We have to go 5 blocks to get to our first supermarket, okay? We have to get to 5 blocks to get to our first drugstore. Then we have to go all the way down to get to the hospitals. We're being blocked by going Pennsylvania Hospital, Jefferson Hospital, and also out West Philly to the hospitals out there, Perlman Building, which I have to go to, and many residents. That's all I have to say is I can't understand why they would stop or eliminate these 2 routes, the 42, when this is where they start at the end of the line, and they go all the way out. And your previous lady, she spoke about her end in West Philly, about the 12. So that's all I have to say. I'm just here, voicing my opinion for all the residents in Society Hill. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Next to testify, we have Don Horowitz.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. For 25 of the 45 years that I worked for New Jersey state government in Trenton, I started my trip in various places in Philadelphia and the suburbs. My wife worked in Philadelphia for all that time, so I was the one who commuted. My last leg was either on the Trenton Regional Rail line or after the tunnel was built, the West Trenton Regional Rail line. But I began my commute starting in 1975, first from Queensland Regional Rail, then the Ardmore Regional Rail, then the Penfield Route 100 trolley, and then finally the 44 bus, which stops literally at my doorstep. or my walkway to the doorstep. And I was always very happy to say that from my doorstep, I could step on a bus and go anywhere in the world by going first to 30th Street and then taking a train to the airport. I have 44 is my specific commute. I retired in 2020, and because about 3 months after the pandemic, and because of the pandemic, I have barely used SEPTA. I have driven almost anywhere. And by the way, in that commuting history, my wife used the 44 to commute to a job in Center City for part of her career. So my concerns are the 44 is now Route 555, as I understand it, and the main difference, besides the elimination of the Narberth and Gladwin loops, are that to get into Center City, it is no longer going to use the expressway, but instead is going to start by going down 54th Street. And I have printed out the route map so I can see what its proposed new route is, although it's a little difficult to understand. My main question is, because the expressway is no longer going to be used and city streets are, how much additional time will be added to what used to be the 44 trip into town and now is the 555? I also want to know if there's any transfers to another vehicle involved in getting, let's say, to 30th Street. I see the printout of the frequency of trips, so I won't take up your time. I'll try and get that for myself. And also, given that the route is going through city streets, how many additional stops will be added? Normally, a bus route that goes into the city stops at every corner, unless it's some sort of an express bus. So essentially, those are my questions, and thank you for your time, Mike, for giving me time to voice them, and I would appreciate some answers, either in an email or if you have time during this hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next to speak, we have Alexander Malone. Alexander Malone, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Alexander Malone. I'm a resident in Point Breeze, and I first want to just quickly thank Councilman Johnson for putting this together. I know this is a big change coming to the city, and I'm glad to see that my councilman has taken the lead in helping to steer the city into a future after we've just had such a shaky recent path. So thank you for that. I wasn't going to talk to it, but I will quickly state, since so many people have had like a negative experience with SEPTA's outreach process, I have had the opposite experience. I found the online outreach and online meetings to be very convenient. I happen to be younger, so I can navigate those technical issues that SEPTA does. Online process is a lot easier, I guess, than other citizens can. So I will just quickly state that. My concern primarily is related to actually City Council in this process, which is that we've been talking a lot today about SEPTA's bus reliability. Well, part of that reliability really falls more on council than what SEPTA can do. SEPTA can't change street layouts. SEPTA can't do parking enforcement. All they can do is operate the buses as best as they can. And those are issues that fall specifically to City Council to regulate. And if we are going to be honest about it, we have to face the fact that we're going to have to start getting better about parking enforcement. More and more people have bought cars as more people have moved into the city, which is a good thing that people are moving in. But when cars park illegally in intersections, buses can't make turns. I can't count the number of times I've been on a bus that literally stops in the middle of its route because someone parked in the middle of the intersection or parked in the middle of the street. And, everyone says it's just going to be a minute, but that's not real. It's like 10 minutes for whatever they're doing, if not longer, or they just straight up parked and walked away, especially in Center City. I've had the fortunate ability to travel to other cities to visit them, and even though I was a tourist in those cities, my impression of other cities such as New York or Toronto or in Houston is that they don't tolerate illegal parking to the extent that we do in this city. If you park in the middle of an intersection or you block a crosswalk and hinder people with disability issues from using the curb cuts to get through the street, your car gets towed on the spot. Like, there's no waiting for a ticket to get issued from a policeman to come and ticket your car first and then wait for a tow truck. They just take your car right there and you can go find it at the pound. I don't think we need to get that aggressive, but it's something that we need to think about. If we want, SEPTA specifically has stated multiple times that they're straightening the lines because the buses get stuck doing turns. If we don't want SEPTA, if the general consensus from resident citizens is that these new lines don't best serve the community and we need more turns in lines, then we need to get real about why SEPTA doesn't want to do that. But that falls on City Council. The other thing that I would like City Council, and I know it's the third rail of Philly politics, which is parking enforcement and permits and permit parking. But we just have to get real about it. So I do thank Council for the time and for letting me give my input in, and I would hope that going forward that is part of the conversation.
Thank you. And next to testify is an Aaron Glickman. Aaron Glickman, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Okay. I have some comments I'd like. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. You can begin.
Great. Got 2 beeps. That was strange. So I had several comments. As a frequent SEPTA rider, I'm really grateful that Council is taking an interest in improving the city's bus service. I have some prepared comments that I've timed out to 2 minutes, and I'll send the rest via email. So I have serious concerns with Bus Revolution's outreach and feedback process. The online process was fine, except that I never got confirmation emails when I sent feedback online. That said, it's pretty clear the in-person component was incompetent. Having said all that, the general design is a dramatic improvement on the current service. The city should facilitate its quick implementation rather than delay it. In cooperation, SEPTA should exhibit leadership here and set a firm deadline for launching the redesign in 2023, and then make continuous changes with a much better engagement process. Don't endlessly punt the football. The status quo design is totally unacceptable and it needs to change now. I have 2 main comments directed at City Council. The first, the city must establish physically separated busways. The current baited bus lines are completely inadequate. They're routinely blocked by cars, and the drivers face no consequences. Bus lanes that are separated by bollers or cement planters could run east-west on Chestnut, Walnut, Spring Garden, and Washington, as well as on north-south routes like 52nd, 20th, 19th, 8th, and 7th. And please aggressively ticket and tow cars that block these lanes. Second, the city should take steps to make sure that increasing bus services on narrow streets does not endanger pedestrian and bicycle traffic, such as Lombard and Pine Streets. This can be accomplished with prioritizing the construction of bus shelters and physically protected bike lanes. This would help reduce conflict between car, foot, bike, and bus traffic. These 2 comments would require removing some on-street parking, but let's get real, as the previous person said. This is a matter of economic and social justice. Giving precedence to public on-street parking over public transportation and non-car traffic is a regressive tax. It disproportionately benefits wealthy households at the expense of everyone else. Many people don't drive everywhere due to financial circumstances or physical limitations, but people of all types will ride buses when they're safe, fast, and efficient. Physically separated bus and bike lanes help achieve these aims. It creates greater social equity and reduces traffic congestion for all of us. I have a lot of other feedback for SEPTA. I'll email that to Council. I really appreciate getting a confirmation email. Again, the consulting firms never provided them when you emailed them.
Thank you very much. Will the next person please begin their testimony?
Next, we have Lisa Yaworski. Lisa Yaworski.
Hello?
You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it quick. I live at the Societal Towers, and there's talk that the 12 and 42 buses will no longer stop at the 2nd and Spruce Street stop. This would be very rough on the residents here, as there are a lot of seniors and disabled people in the area, and the closest stops, other stops, are farther away, they're poorly lit, and there are no benches, making them unsafe. So please keep the 2nd and Spruce stop for the 42 and 12 buses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to testify, we have Carl Reich.
Carl, you
Can
ready?
you hear me? Yes, I'm
Yes.
ready. Can you hear me? Carl,
Yes.
my name is Carl Rich. I know I have 2 minutes, so I just want to say, City Council Chairman, Transportation Committee, thanks for a job well done. Secondly, I want to say, Councilman Jones, you said a mouthful, and of course, everybody on the committee has contributed tremendously. It's an experience today, but someone earlier stole all my thunder. SEPTA NASA will discontinue number 12 bus route, reroute to 42, which will no longer stop at 2nd and Spruce Street. Well, I think it's the service to the community and a blatant mistake. I'm a commuter. I live in Society Hills. I go up to 18th Street. I use a cane when I go to work, and I find that this is certainly a wonderful service, and I take my hat off to the all the men and women that every day bring this viable service of importance to the community, transportation community. Unfortunately, it's all about money and funding. And that being said, I don't have much else to say, but I only hope and pray that everything being said, everybody gets satisfied the right way. Again, thank you. End of story.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Next person for public comment.
Next, we have Susan Thomas.
Council, this is Susan Thomas. Thank you, Council, for providing this opportunity. I'm a lifelong SEPTA user. I still remember when it was PTC. I currently live in Fairmount, and we are concerned about single bus ridership. The 49 and the 32 are slated to be removed. And every time I am on these buses, there are loads of people. There are tons of workers who live in Fairmount and above here in Strawberry Mansion, North Philly, who depend on the 49 to get to work out in West Philly. Also in my neighborhood, there are a lot of elderly, disabled people who have loved having that bus to take them directly to appointments at Penn or CHOP or what have you. So I'm very concerned about that. Same thing with the 32. People take that from here to get to South Broad Street for various activities. And if that bus is scrapped, we've actually charted out what alternatives look like in the new plan. And if people have to start waiting on corners to take second buses, then they might not want to use SEPTA. And I think that we need to have a plan which increases ridership rather than potentially decreases it. The pandemic did not do us a service, but I think as things abate with the pandemic, we have to do what we can to keep the service where it is. We've got a lot of aging baby boomers moving into town, many of whom prefer not to have a car and are depending on SEPTA to continue what is very good service. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next to testify, we have Frank Perch III. Frank Perch III, if you are on, you may begin your testimony. moving on. Next to testify, we have Joseph Friedman.
Hello. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the other participants for your stamina and dedication in holding this hearing. In general, I appreciate SEPTA's reexamination of bus routes, providing more rapid service, and especially getting away from probably what is an outmoded pattern of 9 to 5 Monday through Friday service. I understand I have 2 minutes to speak. Now, for example, if I were to speak for a half hour, I would be stealing time from other people. Yet this is exactly what vehicles are doing when they block bus stops, when they block bus lanes, bus turns, or when they double park. I've seen traffic slowed and even stopped for 10 or 15 minutes due to such behavior in Center City. So I'm an advocate for exclusive bus lanes and vigorous enforcement to ensure traffic flow. I think vigorous enforcement is going to take the cooperation of not only the parking authority in SEPTA, but also the police department. There are intersections such as 16th and Walnut, for example, where vehicles that are stalled in the intersection going north significantly affect traffic flow. In this case, buses that are going west on Walnut Street.
Yeah, because now I'm...
Hello. I believe that we need to set priorities in the face of traffic congestion, and bus service should be our top priority. I've heard discussion about the 33 and 17 buses. I think these are valuable routes in so far as they enable people to take a one-seat ride into Center City. So I hope we will be very careful about adjusting these routes. Lastly, I'm most familiar with Center City. I've lived here for 36 years without a car, and I am 76 years old. Aside from pedestrian safety, which is another question which this hearing can't address, I think that being able to ride SEPTA as an alternative is essential to our mobility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person for public testimony.
Next, we have Joe Holtz. Joe Holtz, if you're on, you may... Yep.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Holtz, and I'm president of the Society Hill Towers Owners Association. And I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak today. You've already heard from a couple of our residents, so my comments are going to be brief because I want to reiterate some of the concerns that they already expressed. At Society Hill Towers, we have several hundred residents, many of whom are senior citizens, as am I, who rely heavily on bus service. We are very concerned that if the current plan becomes reality, we are slated to lose 2 bus lines, the 12 and the 42, that now stop close by. In order to get to Center City or West Philadelphia, we will have to rely on either the 21 bus or the 40, both of which stop further away. Now, that may seem like a small inconvenience, but for senior citizens and others with mobility issues, having to walk an additional couple of blocks is actually a big deal, especially in bad weather. The result is going to be that people will be more likely to stay home or use their cars or call an Uber if they lose easy access to the bus, and this will only result in more car traffic in Center City, which nobody wants. I could understand better if these proposed changes were to eliminate either the 12 or the 42 bus, but cutting both lines seems especially hurtful to our community, particularly our seniors. So I sincerely hope that this plan will be changed and that we can retain either the 12 or the 42 bus and their current stops near the towers. Additionally, I just want to note that we recently lost a bus shelter at one of these nearby stops, And I want to urge you to restore that shelter, or if you actually move ahead, to cut both the 12 and the 42 and force everyone to use the 21 or the 40, that you at least build a couple of bus shelters at those stops where we will have to, a lot of us are going to have to wait for the bus. Thank you.
Thank you. And next to testify is a Heidi Nivling.
Hi, this is Heidi.
You may begin your testimony.
Yes, fortunately, the people that just the most recent, maybe 5-6 people who just spoke, struck upon some of the very same issues that I was concerned with. But other earlier speakers closer to the beginning of the hearing mentioned such things as the timing of this and the mapping out of the areas that would be changed or impacted. Everybody knows that the pandemic affected ridership, but it is said, oh, it was going down anyway before the pandemic. But look how it shot up again. And as soon as we're back on our feet thoroughly, which we hope will happen soon, the ridership should go up with promotion and education and communication so people understand that the impact of cars, more cars in the street, even if you don't have a car, you want to take an Uber. Well, not all of us can afford to do that, and nor does it help the traffic situation, which snarls up buses. I've seen a lot of buses stuck behind 5 or 6. I don't mean to single out Uber, but that kind of transportation does not help. If you have to use it, you do. But I'm 76 and a half years old. I've lived in the area, lived and worked in the area for almost 40 years, my husband and I. And we are totally dependent upon the buses. We can't hop off a bus. You know, the free transfer idea is great, except if you have to hop off a bus and then go down a set of 30 steps to get onto a subway, that just doesn't happen for us. We can't do it. A single bus route that traverses the city, and people are talking about circuitous patterns. You need circles around hospitals and schools and so forth and so on. So the Route 12 and the Route 42 traverse the entire downtown almost, and then they get all the way to southwest Philadelphia and back to the Delaware River area, where a lot of development has been allowed and promoted, and more to come. So how can you be promoting development? And it's good to have residents in the city. Residents keep a city alive. But how can you be promoting more development and not taking care of the public transportation situation, and even eliminating the requirements for parking in some of these developments? So those are some of my chief concerns, and I really, really appreciate. And my husband, he couldn't stay for the rest of the hearing, but he has similar concerns, and I appreciate your taking our testimony.
Thank you. Next to speak is Ning Wang. Ning Wang, if you are on, you may begin your testimony. Okay. Moving on, next to testify, we have Lisa Hastings. Lisa Hastings, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
For 25 years, about half in the suburbs, half in the city. And I've written buses all over, including in many of the cities discussed today. In this hearing, SEPTA continued to defend prior decisions, including over-reliance on surveys for public input, outside consultants, and what works in other cities. Even though SEPTA recognized public opposition, significant changes in this revision will require changes to be made in the planning process in SEPTA's underlying positions about what's needed to be done, as well as who they serve. Well, they said that increasing ridership is imperative. Making changes based on surveys in other cities probably will not increase current ridership. Some components of the current plan today claimed that people who opposed it didn't recognize the need for any changes, but that's not true. Some changes will be accepted by the public and stay, others won't. It's unproductive to consider only an all-or-nothing result, and I don't think this represents the views of people opposed to the current plan. I call for some vital changes to the plan to protect the city, its residents, and its businesses. One is keeping major one-bus L routes in the city, ensuring service for schools, providing service for less than able people, and providing 24-hour service to medical centers. One-bus routes in the city limits may be old, but they are not outdated. They are the backbone of the bus transportation in the city for thousands of people and are one of the best ways SEPTA compares to places like Phoenix. If they eliminated, if the L-shaped routes were eliminated completely and transfers are mandated, bus ridership will fall in the city, even among those who currently rely on the buses. The plan seems to assume that these riders will never stop riding, no matter how they are treated. I don't think this is purposeful, but it is still bothersome. Eliminating one-bus routes will also negatively impact businesses because they will lose customers. People will either stay home or go elsewhere. I'm concerned that SEPTA is still planning to develop a revision and then go out to the public for additional comment. This is inefficient and continues to relegate the general public to only a reactive role rather than one including them in the planning process so their insights are included from the start. Since SEPTA still espouse their beliefs that all one-bus routes are bad, that the speed of bus travels is most important, while not mentioning the importance of current riders being able to easily and safely reach their destination, it is important for the public to be proactively included in the entire planning process. The plan will be better. It will be better able to serve both SEPTA's needs and riders' needs, and the public will be happier. Respect for current riders and city needs will result in more increased ridership than making changes geared for people who don't now and may never ride the buses. SEPTA also indicated that they were going to collaborate with elected officials for outreach and communication. That's good and should be done. But SEPTA also needs to directly engage with the general public, businesses, and civic leaders, and not rely on other officials and their staffs, community organizations, or word of mouth. Yes, for communication and input. I'm asking SEPTA to add a bilingual team directly responsible for only public outreach and communication and arranging for continued public involvement during the revision. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next person for public testimony.
Again, we have Ning Wong. Ning Wong, if you're on, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. I'm an owner at Penn's Landing Square at 2nd and Spruce. I frequently take the 40 or the 42 to my job as a physician in West Philadelphia. When it's raining out, I sometimes take the 12 and switch on Walnut Street, where I can wait under a covered stop for the 21 and 42. I recently hurt my back and have been really very acutely aware of the benefits of having transit stops nearby, particularly those with benches. While I'm fortunate to own a car, I prefer taking public transportation, especially to work. I saw that the 42 and the 40 will be consolidated and the 12 eliminated. The 12 and the 42 provide really important access from Society Hill's medical facilities, such as Jefferson and Walnut Street. The 40 really can't serve that purpose. Lombard Street is too far away for individuals with limited mobility to walk down to Walnut Street. The sidewalks are uneven and often blocked by construction and other obstacles. The 42 also goes to the doorsteps of the hospitals in West Philadelphia, which is very helpful to me and I'm sure many others. I've taken the bus to my own doctor's office at Jefferson to my doorstep at work. The 40 bus, especially when it's running west on Walnut Street, is known to some as the school bus to West Philly. It's tremendously busy, especially when school is in session, with during both morning and evening rush hour. In the morning, I see school kids, university students, and hospital workers and patients all on the same bus. They're often full in the morning by the time they get to Fiddler Square and often skip stops, which is really upsetting for passengers who have to wait for a later bus. In the evening, they're often packed with hospital workers like me. As other citizens have noted, Society Hill is a very densely populated residential area. The streets are crowded, narrow, and tight. The availability of these 3 bus routes, 40, 42, and 12, serve also unique purposes and allow people like me to go to work, run errands, and attend doctor's appointments easily, affordably, and without increasing car traffic. Although the 40 on Lombard Street does not seem far from the current routes of 12 and 42, I would encourage SEPTA leadership to take the walk from Lombard to Walnut Street and back again in poor weather with packages or with limited mobility. While these buses may not seem as full near their origin in Society Hill, they serve a vital role in the community and serve many senior citizens, students, and hospital workers like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person for public comment.
Next person, we have a Louis Bartholomew. Louis.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Louis Bartholomew, and I'm a regular user of the 9 and 21 buses. I work in Center City, and I go back and forth across Center City during the day, mainly by bus or bike. But on non-rainy days, I choose to bike to and from my job just because the buses are mired in traffic. It's littered with personal vehicles. So I live this issue every day, and I see how bad it is with traffic at all times during the day in Center City. I'm a strong supporter of SEPTA's bus revolution, and I urge City Council to please allow SEPTA to do their work and make bus routes more frequent and create a stronger network. These system changes are necessary to keep public transit stronger, including lower waiting times for consumers, better connections, and increased frequency. I also urge Council to do everything in their power to strengthen our bus system, including things that City Council itself can do, including making bus shelters better, including shade, seating, and more frequency, increasing the funding to SEPTA, creating new bus-only lanes on frequent routes, allowing automated signal priority for buses at lights, and automated ticketing of cars and trucks that are parked in new and existing bus lanes, just like New York City does. You have the power as council to make drastic improvements to the Philly public transit system, and I urge council, again, to please make this a priority rather than catering solely to motorists, since many of them are already miring the streets of Philadelphia and keeping our streets too busy. Buses are one of the most frequent and easy ways to get around if we allow them to do that job and carry as many people as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person up for public testimony, please again.
Next, we have Dee Kaplan. Dee Kaplan, if you're on, you may begin your testimony. Next, we have Nancy Steele. Nancy Steele, if you are on, you may.
Yes, my name is Nancy Steele, and I live in Fiddler Square. Thank you for hearing me. My concern is walkability and the ultimate efficiency of the routes. Increasing the frequency of stops that are farther away from my departure or destination is not an improvement. Specifically, I would like to speak in defense of Route 12. Route 12 brings a significant number of residents from Center City West to within a block of Jefferson Hospital, Wills Eye, Pennsylvania Hospital, the Kimmel Center, and a host of other important medical and cultural destinations and beyond east of Market. Elimination of this route would represent a major loss of service, especially for Center City's elder or less able residents. Residents who are ill, disabled, or elderly, the necessity to navigate even a few more blocks to another route on foot would represent a major obstacle and a serious risk to health and safety, especially when our uneven city sidewalks are wet or icy. I would much rather wait a few minutes for number 12 than make my way to another stop several blocks away to catch another bus that would drop me several blocks farther from my destination than the number 12. Eliminating the 12 would also probably mean a shorter wait but a longer bus ride for many riders. The number 12 crosses town much more quickly than the 42, for example. I hope you can consider maintaining Route 12, which has served my neighbors and my neighbors and I very well since it was called the Route 90. Thank you again for hearing me.
You're welcome.
Next, we have a Dr. Simon Hakim. Dr. Simon Hakim, you may begin your testimony if you are connected.
My name is Robert Greenstein.
Please begin your testimony.
My name is Robert Greenstein. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin your testimony.
I recently located from New York, and I'd like to compliment Philadelphia on its bus service. I think it's extensive and excellent. I particularly find the information I get on the internet, letting me know when buses will arrive or when they've been delayed, to be particularly useful. I found the hearing today to be very informative, and I will be saddened if my bus stop, which is much used, is no longer available. If it ain't broke, don't break it. And then I have a question, and the question is, I've recently heard that they are discussing in Washington, D.C., making the entire bus service free. Is there any long-term contingency plan for that in Philadelphia? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just one moment. I'm waiting for the next batch of names. But I will try one more time. Is a Dr. Simon Hakim on? Okay, if not, just give me one moment, Mr. Chair, and I will get the next batch of names.
Hello?
Yes, how you doing?
You may
Hello?
state your name. Oh, yes, you may state your name and begin your testimony. Okay, you may, if you are there to testify, the individual that just spoke, you may state your name.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. You may begin your testimony.
Yes, can anyone hear me?
Yes, sir. If you state your name, you may begin your testimony.
Yes, my name is Jared Johnson, and I'm a member of Fifth Square. Yes, I have a concern about the bus changes that you're about to receive. I live in West Philadelphia, and I've been all over the place. I'm an active bus rider. I'm like a bus nerd. So I've been to Northeast Philadelphia. I've been to Northwest Philadelphia. I've been to South Philadelphia. I pretty much ridden on every bus route that you could even imagine. And the church I go to is in Roxborough, and I've heard comments and concerns about eliminating the 27 and Route 9. there are so many people that take the 27 every single day. And if you cut the 27, how will people get to work? There are people that take that route to go to Plymouth Meeting Mall, and there's lots of people that work at Plymouth Meeting Mall, and there's lots of people that live in that area. So I would say to the council, think about the people that take the 27. It would be extremely difficult and even harder for them if you would eliminate the 27. So I would say I would keep it right where it is. And about the 9, I've heard talk about having the 9 cut back to 9 o'clock instead of 12:30 or 1 o'clock. I would also leave that be because there are people that work in Roxborough. There are people that live in around that area that work in downtown Philadelphia. And if you cut the 9 out, then how are people going to get home? There are so many people that rely on SEPTA that can't afford Uber, they can't afford Lyft. So once again, I ask, just think about the parent that has to take their kid home to and from school and then have to take the bus to and from work. Think about the senior citizen that lives on Ridge Avenue that relies either on the 9 or 27 to take that bus to their doctor's appointment. Think about the people that person that single parent or person that's not that doesn't have any kids but are trying to make it day to day working out there in Plymouth Meeting Mall. If you can think about that and have more community input, have more open houses that involve the community, then you would get a better review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, public comment.
Next, we have D. Kaplan. D.
Hello.
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 Hello. Okay, we're on. Alrighty. Hi, my name is Dee Kaplan, and I am the chairman of the Neighborhood Relations Committee at Academy House and the chair of the Academy Neighborhood Association. In my past career, yeah. Can you hear me?
How you doing? It's Councilman Johnson. How are you?
Hi, Councilman Johnson and Councilman Jones. Thank you so much for letting us speak today.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to try and be brief, so I wrote it down. Okay. So, in a past career as a city employee testifying in front of city council, I was loaded with statistics. Today's testimony will be a little more anecdotal, as I'm not privy to SEPTA's ridership data or budget. But Route 12 is apparently up for termination. This is a critical route to transport people from Southwest Philadelphia, Grays Ferry, Old City, Society Hill, Center City, to Pennsylvania Hospital, Jefferson Hospital, and all the clinicians surrounding them. Route 12 in Center City traverses Locust Street, rife with residential buildings, and it makes a right turn on 8th Street where passengers can disembark at 8th and Spruce virtually at Pennsylvania Hospital's front door. The bus continues down Pine Street to pick up riders in Old City and Society Hill and some from Queen Village, bringing them up Walnut Street to access Jefferson Wills Eye Hospital and the large University of Pennsylvania Medical Building, among others. Many of Route 12's passengers are elderly. They are unable to walk to Chestnut Street to get an eastbound bus, then walk as far back as to Spruce or Pine to a physician's appointment or a procedure. They also do not have the means to take cabs or Uber, particularly because many of their appointments are frequent. I always say never present a problem without some possible solutions, so here's some thoughts. One, this morning, SEPTA mentioned that frequency was an issue. Route 12 riders need a reliable schedule around which they can plan their medical visits. Frequency would be great, but they just need the bus. 2, you want to increase weekend service, SEPTA does. Most people don't see clinicians on weekends, so that's not a factor. Route 12 could be curtailed on weekends. And 3, they want to eliminate redundancy. Well, several other routes move west along Walnut Street, so maybe on the way back, I would pose that the 12 bus would continue west on Spruce Street rather than turning from Spruce on 7th to Walnut. And that would actually be more advantageous for Route 12 riders. 4, if ridership is low on Route 12, could SEPTA be creative and use a smaller vehicle rather than a full-size bus? Please find a way to keep Route 12 going. It's essential, and eliminating it will really cause great hardship to senior citizens and people requiring medical help and good quality health care and medical attention. Now, in the course of this hearing, I realized that 42 is also on the chopping block, and that is an absolute shock. It's a huge route that services Children's Hospital and the Perlman Center, and that's a bus that I take often. It's always crowded, and maybe the people who are making these decisions should take a ride and see how many kids are on there. But it appears that cutting off these 2 routes really negates any kind of concern for health care. So thank you for listening to me, and that's all.
Thank you. Next person for public testimony.
Next, we have a David Haas.
Chairman Johnson, Co-Chairman Squilla, thank you. I'm David Haas, a board member of the Society Hill Civic Association, or SCHA, representing the 4,000 residents in Society Hill, including 1,100 paid members. We live south of Walnut, north of South Street, and from the Delaware River to 8th Street in Councilmember Squilla's district. I'm here along with many of our residents who've testified already to address SEPTA's plan to eliminate the number 12 bus from Columbus Boulevard to 50th Street and eliminate stops for the number 42 bus, which runs from Penn's Landing to Wycombe. The proposed changes put our residents at a substantial disadvantage. The elimination of bus route 12 will overcrowd the number 42 line, which often fills to capacity by 10th and Walnut Streets, to which I can personally testify. The second concern is the proposed elimination of bus service in Society Hill. Only the number 40 bus along Pine and Lombard Streets will remain in our community. Buses will no longer pass near our only full-service grocery store and the CVS pharmacy on 5th Street. 40% of Society Hill homeowners are over the age of 55, many with limited mobility, as you've heard. Many of my neighbors cannot walk the additional 2 blocks required to reach the new number 42 bus stop at 3rd and Walnut. We'd prefer not to have these current riders choose to congest our streets with more private vehicles. And more significantly, the elimination of the bus stops at 2nd and Spruce and Dock Streets will move the closest stop 4 blocks from the 650 families at Society Hill Towers, those buying into the new 272-unit Dock Street Towers condo, and residents and visitors of the $2.2 billion Penn's Landing development, with 2,400 additional planned apartments and 124,000 square feet of retail, including set-asides for disadvantaged businesses. It simply makes no sense to reduce bus service to areas that have been approved by the city for new development. Resident and visitor density will soon justify more bus service, and SEPTA appears not to be planning for this. Society Hill Civic Association supports keeping the successful number 12 and number 42 routes as is. Personally, I'd like to thank the committee for its attention to bus and bicycle transportation. I'm 67, but I continue to use the bike lanes frequently and support separated lanes. Eventually, I'm going to age out of cycling, and I continue to be amazed that SEPTA runs so smoothly
given the complexity and coordination required. Many thanks to everyone who's involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person for public testimony, please begin.
Next to testify, we have a Michael Noda. Michael Noda, if you are on, you may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. My name is Michael Noda, and I would like to thank Council for its attention to the bus revolution. To paraphrase Chairman Richards from earlier, and I'll be doing that a few times, the best time for Council to have gotten involved on this level would have been close to 2 years ago when bus revolution process started, but the second best time is now. So thank you very much for that. As has been mentioned, SEPTA, this is SEPTA's first full redesign of its bus network since its creation in 1964. And in addition to never having redesigned its bus network in that time, SEPTA has always suffered from the neglect of city and state governments from that time until now. It's been better and it's been worse, and I don't mean to single out the wonderful elected officials who are attending this hearing. It's certainly no more than your forebears, but again, you've heard a lot from people today begging for bus lanes and enforcement and better shelters and benches and other things that are fully within the purview of city council and the city government, to make the experiences of riding SEPTA buses better for all riders. And again, it would have been better to have been building bus shelters at every bus stop or nearly every bus stop throughout the city 20 years ago, but the next best time is now. And that goes for all of the things that are within the powers of city council to make transit better. We are not going to fix 60 years or coming up on 60 years of neglect and starvation budgets overnight, but it can get a lot better a lot quickly, and it's within your power to do that. I'm going to skip over some things that have already been touched on by other people, and just would like to close with a reminder that I'm going to hear a lot from people who have very specific concerns today. Please, and I don't mean to minimize that, change can be very disruptive. There's two things that any Philadelphian despises above all else. It's change and the way things are right now. And the Dallas Cowboys come a distant third to those two things. But people who have looked at the plans and have been in the consultation process for Bus Revolution over the last 2 years, who are happy with what is going to happen to their bus route, who are going to have better frequency, who are going to have a more convenient ride. They're not going to sit through what is now coming up on a 5-hour hearing to express their pleasure with the process. So please keep that selection bias in mind as you take in all of the comments and concerns that you hear today. And again, thank you for your time, and I hope that you remain productively engaged with this process as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person for public comment.
Next for public comment, we have It's Jack Kornfeld.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. SEPTA's look, if you will, for over 60 years demonstrates how much that they don't value their customers. And hopefully that will change. I have ridden and continue to ride the number 23 bus, the number 44 bus, and the number 18 bus. And no one knows when the bus will show up. I know that the 23 route was cut some years ago, and it goes from Chestnut Hill to Market Street. I think that the other two routes, rather than being eliminated or redone, should be made shorter, and people should not be left to wait for up to 40 minutes. The other thing I would say, Mr. Chairman, is that SEPTA does not need to be top down as it has been and hire consultants. And this has been said before, but it bears repeating. We have writers. They want to find out what's going on. Go to the churches, go to the houses of worship, go to where the people are. Don't hire consultants, because we can speak for ourselves and we don't need somebody to tell us how and when and where to speak. Come to us and show us good faith. The second reason you don't need consultants, and I just want to say this, I have worked all over the world, and I have used consultants sometimes, but most of the time when I'm hired, I just fire them. Because the other thing you need to do is you need to speak to your bus operators, because they know the people that they are ferrying on every route and every trip they make. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity, and I wish you all a very good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Next person for public comment.
Next, we have Cheryl Mobley Stimson.
The councilman, my name is Cheryl Mobley Stimson. Hi, the councilman Kenyatta Johnson, who's my councilman.
How you doing?
Thank you. Chair of the Committee on Transportation and Public Utilities, the councilman Mark Squilla, who's co-chair, the councilman Curtis Jones, Anthony Phillips, the councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, and other members of council who may have joined this hearing, the state reps Morgan Cephas, Derisha Parker, and Tariq Khan, and other state officials who have joined this hearing, to GM Leslie Richards, other administrators of SEPTA and staff, and to all residents, and especially generational residents who know nothing about SEPTA, bus, revolution, like me. Good afternoon, and thanks for this opportunity. When I say like me, I mean I had no clue, had not heard of this at all until just before this hearing. So, and I am a fourth generation Philadelphian, raised a fifth. My family's been in this city since the late 1800s, early 1900s. I have experienced SEPTA in every phase of my life. As a young child whose mother was a teacher, took me and my siblings by the hand to catch SEPTA for piano lessons and dance lessons at Settlement Music School, Fifth and Christian, and also up in Germantown. We were happy when she learned how to drive. That was not fun. And I want to place this in the category of, I was going to approach this hearing one way prior to being with you all day and hearing all this testimony. And people who know me know that I am good for listening, evaluating, and then providing some solutions. And so I've taken the liberty of couching what it is I'm going to say within the context of writing SEPTA is just not fun. So I think a lot of what we have going on here is attitudinal. It was already attitudinal prior to COVID-19. And after COVID-19, after we've watched so many of our family and loved ones and friends pass away, they're no longer with us, other kinds of social ills that have increased in our communities, it just has become even less fun. When you get in your car, what's the first thing you do? You turn on the radio, you do some things, you make adjustments to make things very, very comfortable and convenient for you. So as a young child, what I remember from riding SEPTA, it just was not fun, especially in inclement weather. As a school student, taking SEPTA to Arden Reed Junior High School at that time and South Philadelphia High School, running for the bus in the morning because, it was not fun. And again, especially in inclement weather. As a college student, at times, I stayed on campus, but every now and then I catch a bus into Philadelphia, and I went to college out in Delco, Cheney University. So riding that bus out from 69th Street, that was not fun. Now, further on in my college career, when I was an intern, and my father was an electrician for the railroad, so I rode the regional rail for free. So visiting my friends in Jersey and Delaware, now that was fun. That was closer to being fun. And I remember when SEPTA took over the regional rail in 1983. I remember that distinctly. But then as a mom, dragging kids out of the house at 6:15 in the morning to go catch the regional rail over at 30th Street. Now, that was not fun, especially because the train that was riding on the track at that time had a whole history of breaking down at times. So I would suggest that part of increasing ridership with SEPTA, which sounds like a large part of the issue that we're dealing with, is attitudinal. And I can say this because I have ridden SEPTA a lot over the past several months. I've taken the time to ride the subway, the 17, the 7, the 64, the G, the 45, the 11, the L, and other buses and trains. And so, and I've also had to, and why did I do that? Because I drive, but like with all this gentrification and changes in Philadelphia, parking, you can't get out of Center City without paying $25 and $30 a day, and I refuse to do that. I've also had the experience of going to visit friends up near Cheltenham and getting off at the transportation center, and they're there being dropped off, which seems like in the middle of nowhere, and having no sidewalks up there, no path forward, and having to catch an Uber anyway just to get over to the house. So I know what that's like. I've had the experience of having buses pass me by while waiting for a bus in Center City. Maybe it was because of the looks of other people who were standing there with me, but literally stopping at 11th and Market or 12th and Market and never opening up the doors, even after we were knocking to try to get on in. Now, that was not fun. Again, I've never heard of the bus revolution, but let me offer these things, just a few little minor tweaks that SEPTA might want to take into consideration before going all in. Number one, have fewer untracked buses, because I've had the experience of waiting for a bus and watching the app. And let me give you your props, because that GPS system that you all have going on has made a world of difference. Okay? But you'll have buses that appear to be approaching the stop. They're on the app, and then all of a sudden you don't see them. They're nowhere. And it just says untracked. What does that mean? The driver didn't come to work that day? Mechanical problems on the bus? What does that mean? So having fewer untracked buses, because that makes your ride 2 and 3 times longer. Number two, clearly identify detours when they happen. We were out, meaning me and some other riders that I did not know, on New Year's 20 Eve. Seconds. Okay. So clearly identifying detours, because we're not always told where the detours are and when they're happening. Letting us know on the app where the bus shelters are, because then you can make the decision to maybe get off the 42 or 22nd and Walnut and wait under that bus shelter during the rain, as opposed to going to 23rd Street and standing in the rain for 20 minutes until the bus comes. So how can we make the ride more mutually beneficial? How can we make it more engaging? How can we partner with other entities, perhaps, around prizes or incentives? How can we make this make sense for everybody and encouraging students in the morning or people who are going to work in the morning, lively announcements. Shirley Chisholm once said that when you don't have a seat at the table, and I have not on this, although it's been going on for 2 years, I understand, you bring a folding chair. So that's what I'm doing today, bringing my folding chair. And if you're interested in really engaging community residents who know SEPTA, who know Philadelphia, then I'm available. And I plan to follow up this with a written testimony because I did carve it all up in the interest of time. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Hey, thank you very much for your testimony. When the next person with public testimony, please begin.
Next, we have Hannah Poole. Hannah Poole, if you are.
Hi.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, my name is Hannah Poole. Thank you very much for this wonderful hearing and the opportunity to speak. Most of what I wanted to say has already been covered very well. Those points being the 42 loop around the hospitals. I think that the SEPTA people said that they've already looked at that and that maybe it's not such a good idea to get rid of it, which it certainly isn't. That's so critical for sick people. And the other is the 12 bus, which serves, the 12 is the only east-west bus between South Street and Spruce. And that's a long period, a long stretch in there between those two streets. And for those of us who are elderly, disabled, for inclement weather, having to walk 2 or 3 blocks doesn't make sense. The other thing, I strongly support keeping the stop on the 42 at 2nd and Spruce. And the other thing I would like to say is to support everyone who has testified to the importance of including the community at all steps, not just consultants. I went to, there was an online meeting of consultants for the Center City area, and I was shocked. They did not act as if they were for Philadelphia. They did not speak that way. They were young, they were white, and they just didn't seem to fit the demographic of the people who should be looking at this. Rather than going to and taking all this stuff and going back and making another draft and then bringing it out, bring some community people onto your board. Bring some community people into your planning meetings. They know the system a lot better than consultants do. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Next person with public comment.
Next, we have Iris Brunson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Iris Brunson, and after listening to the testimony all day, I'm going to say this. I'd like to encourage SEPTA to resolve to better involve and inform transit riders of the bus revolution changes. SEPTA's approach to including and informing the bus riding public of the coming revolution was either not done incompletely, or done lacking real will to include and inform those who will be most impacted. The bus riding public comprises the largest division of the transit system, yet there has been no massive effort on transit to educate, elucidate, and at the bare minimum, inform riders that historical changes are coming our way in very short order. I first heard of the bus revolution after drafts were done and virtual meetings had been held. And although I've been on SEPTA buses and subways, there is still, I haven't seen any advertising of the bus revolution. And through lack of information, the SEPTA bus riding public will feel denied the opportunity to be included in the planning stage, to be heard, informed, and give input. And now they hear snippets of information from others who've heard snippets, and they feel something is being stolen from them, the bus transit system that they know and rely on, and that something unfair is being done to them through the surprise of this massive overhaul. And through inclusion and information, this could be lessened or avoided. And I'd like to encourage SEPTA to do either no tech or low tech on SEPTA Transit to get the word out to the wider bus and subway riding public. And some suggestions are rallies at City Hall or transit hubs or leaflet handouts at key card machines or info sheets left on buses or announcements through the PA system. If not for involvement's sake, then for information's sake. And I'm really surprised at the amount of information I'm hearing that other residents know, because I didn't hear about it. And when I talk to people, they don't know. And then when I heard SEPTA said that they gave out like 10,000 informational leaflets or whatever to people, that's not enough. They have to get the word out to the wider system. If they get the word out, then more people can give input, and it can be more successful for all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next person for public testimony.
Next, we have Mary Zulalian.
Hello. Hello. My name is Mary Zulalian. I'm a fourth-generation Philadelphian. Thank you for this opportunity. SEPTA is for everybody in southeastern Pennsylvania. It's for people of all ages, from young to old, and all states of life, students, workers, homemakers with small children, and the retired. It's for the disabled and the able-bodied alike, and for all levels of technical capability or lack thereof. Any entity that serves such a diverse clientele has a challenging task. No one group's needs can be served perfectly, but SEPTA must be mindful that those who are most likely to need SEPTA's services are those with the least resources and the greatest needs. This includes those who, for whatever reason, have been shut out of or bypassed by the digital revolution. I learned of this meeting when the Philadelphia Inquirer published a notice of it in its Saturday, January 21st print edition. The article mentioned numerous public meetings that SEPTA had already taken place. I'm a daily and Sunday reader of the Inquirer's print edition, and not once had I seen any advance notice of those meetings. SEPTA needs to do a much better job of soliciting and encouraging public input. Finally, I'd like to say I've read that many SEPTA riders say that they would not mind having to walk farther to a bus stop if it would result in a shorter ride. I wonder if those riders realize that the time spent walking to and from the bus stop is part of their total commute, and that the longer walk could result in a commute that is not only not shorter than, but even longer than their present commute. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will the clerk please call the next person for public testimony?
Mr. Chair, I believe that was the last individual that council support was able to reach. I will say if there were any individuals who were called and missed the call or were pulled away due to another an issue coming up or some sort, you can send written testimony to be entered into the record at Brett, BRETT.Nedelkoff, NEDELKOFF @phila.gov. With that, we are finished with public comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for everyone who took time out of your schedule to provide public testimony. I want to thank all of my colleagues for participating in this hearing today, and want to thank SEPTA and its team for being here and providing the information regarding its Revolution Transit Plan. This concludes the hearing for today, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great job.
Thank you for sticking it out.